Good evening, Kitten Brigade. It's in Kitten here. That was so professional. I plugged in my phone. I didn't realize that it would make that Windows noise. But anyway, we are going to start a new game called Saya no Uta, aka the Song of Saya. There we go. Oh. Also, I was playing around with the chat boxes, and I forgot you need to check the refresh option. There we go. I was testing it earlier. But here we go. Wait, why is there no volume? Oh, I think I turned it off earlier. Yeah. That's more like it. But yeah, I'm trying something new with the layout here. Just because with this game it's a much older game. I think this came out in 2003. So that's why it's got that weird aspect ratio here. Cancel. So this is my first time playing this game. I have honestly no idea what to expect other than it is a visual novel. And I've seen that it has some horror aspects in it, so here we go. The medical procedures and conditions described herein are imaginary. Are they though? This work of fiction contains grotesque images that may disturb some viewers. Please select how you would like such images displayed. We're gonna go for the full on. Do not modify. Oh. We're just... Holy crap. No, no, no. I'm gonna just turn down the volume here. I can't even read this. This is pure gibberish. The wriggling mass of flesh burbles. Three such creatures sit around the table in front of me, slurping filthy sludge from their cups as they trade whines, growls, and sounds that I cannot describe. Oh my god, hold on guys. I thought I had set the volume to a decent level, but damn it. Okay, hold on guys. Just I can't even pull up the options there. Let's redo that. Let's redo that. Oh, actually no, hold on. I was also having a problem accessing my Windows volume because this game seems to just take up the monitor and I can't even alt tab to options that are underneath it. So I'm just moving it to my other monitor. There we go. Pleb. Sup, cute little doggy. How you doing? You just caught me as I turned off the game. So we're jumping back into it. Let's just turn down the volume a little bit. I don't know if that was voices or sound effects. It was just messed up. This game just doesn't pull any punches here. We'll just start it. Maybe we'll just get through this stuff real quick. I already read that. So it's just like pure gibberish. Being annoying as well, lol. That's alright. By listening carefully, I am able to grasp the gist of their conversation and respond when it is required of me. Oh, this is intensely loud on my end. Hold on. What the fuck is this? It's a visual novel, and it's supposed to be like... There's supposed to be like lots of like depictions of gore in it, but I don't really know much more beyond that. I think there's a bit of a story behind it. Also, but from what I read briefly, the main character, he sees everything like this. This is his world. Like, he has some sort of like condition that makes him see everything like in gore and stuff. What? I thought it'd be a good Freaky Friday option. Yeah? Yeah? Anyways. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. However, these creatures that may look, they are my friends, apparently. These are his friends. I wished I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. Night after night, I went to sleep praying for an end to this nightmare, only to wake each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. He's psychotic, got it, lol. And also, it's a made-up medical condition too, like this doesn't really exist. Anyway, I know now that I have to blend in, that I have to act like one of them. Such has been my life these past 3 months, and so it will remain until the day I die. His friends just sound like this to him? Okay. It's just a bunch of jibber jabber. Judging by its tone, this one must be Koji, and the one next to him, squealing more than the others, is probably Omi. Which means that the one next to me is Yo, though I can no longer see any trace of her once attractive features. I try my best to ignore the rotten stench of excrement that issues from her quivering flesh. So what, he sees, hears, and smells everything like this. This is what they look like to him. My god. Everything has changed. Or almost everything. By some cruel trick of fate, my relationship to the world alone remains the same. As if an insane architect took the blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These monsters and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together, we even went skiing together every winter break. Now, these are but painful memories of days that will never return. If only no one recognized me, I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting in comparison to believe that I had been abducted by aliens or that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. But no, this is beyond the doubt the city where I was born and raised, the society that I was part of for 20 years. Save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it that way. The world as I knew it is gone. I have no place to call home. This would drive anybody mad. Like, why would you? Anyway, I can tell that whatever they're talking about is of no importance to me. I decide to keep quiet while pretending to listen. But just then... Hey, Fuminori, one of the flesh beasts says as it swivels its bloodshot eyes towards me. What do you think? You can understand them? So if they read their own lines, I'm probably not gonna read them for the VN. There's gonna be lots to read anyways. I tried desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruins the attempt. I can barely hear what he's saying. He's probably saying it in Japanese or something, right? A slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of word. That must be Koji's face, or what I would have seen as such 3 months ago. Unable to stomach the sight of it, I avert my eyes and give a neutral answer. You can barely hear them. I might have to turn down the music or something. These were my closest companions. One of them had even wished to be more. How many nights have I spent crying in loneliness, lamenting the friends who no longer exist? Oh wait. Oh, I didn't realize I could toggle the menu. Doi. The music is really loud. Just turn that down. I'm trying to like carefully tweak everything. There we go. In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there's only loathing left in me. Surrounded by hideous creatures that I can only assume are Koji, Omi, and Yo, I spend each day trying to act as I always have. If I fail at this, I'll surely be sent back to the hospital. That's good. Okay. Thanks. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. No matter what, I won't let that happen. Physical activity can affect your injuries? Oh, just turning down my mic a little bit. There, I can now hear at least the characters' voices. Oh, a little bit better. The squishy noises are really loud though. I'm probably gonna be back in here toggling all this crap. There we go. That's it. I can't look at them or bear their screeching any longer. I jump to my feet, desperate to escape. The spray of stringy slime from the silly around its voice box flies at me. I try to cover myself, but too late to keep the slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. I'm about to lose it. I want to grab a chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, ending it all. I barely suppress the impulse. I mustn't let on that something is wrong. However, they look to me. This is their world. I'm the outsider here. Struggling to put on a smile, I reach into my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, and put it on the table without even looking at it. I don't care about the change. I just need to get out of here. Now. I mutter hastily and flee the cafeteria. I'm not crazy. See, he says he's not crazy. He says he's not crazy, right? So that's what they used to look like, I guess. Skaba Yo frowns at the suggestion. Tano Koji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new, and it's Koji's role as her boyfriend to provide backup. They're a good match for each other, Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous. Nani
yo? Skate したことなかったのがそんなに不思議？20歳になって初体験ってのは興味そうそういないんじゃないかな？子供の頃はなんとなく怖かったのよ。あの靴、なんだか刃物みたいでさ。
I suppose they do.
でも、いきなりやって滑れたの？オミちゃん、すごくない？
She's kind of stuck there, isn't she?
容量はスキーとそう変わるもんじゃないからな。重心を前に出して、靴の前のヘリでコントロールする感覚とか。
Hi, no more submarine kitty. Not today. Today's Freaky Friday, so that's where I usually like bring in like a kind of horror-based scary game. So I don't know if this game's gonna be really scary, but it is kind of like got like horror elements in it. Taco Tuesday uses brush on Velcro. Wait, I don't understand. Brush on Velcro. This is beyond my processing capabilities. But hello Taco Tuesday. What is that emote? It's a dog or a cat? It says wolf, but it looks like a cat. Like a derpy cat.
コウジにそう言われたもんだからさ、騙されたと思ってやってみたわけよ。そうしたらもう楽しくって。
So, it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi enjoyed their time together as normal lovers do. That's certainly not something that should arouse jealousy. It's just that her luck in love has been bad.
私も見てみたいな。オミちゃんがスケートやるところ。
I went into an ASMR stream and I'm just broken from watching someone brush Velcro. Oh my god. Oh, those textures, right? Those textures. Were you wearing a really good set of headset when you were watching that? Get all the feels. Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her internal conflict. She knows that it's wrong to envy her friends. She too would be spending time with the man she admires if not for the terrible tragedy that befell him. His true misfortune. Her bad luck doesn't begin to compare.
だからさ、ね、今度のスキー旅行、ついでにスケート旅行にしちゃえば、
Wow, like the
2倍美味しく楽しいってわけよ。
Look at the difference in the chest size. I'm twitching from it. Bugs me so much. Oh, you didn't enjoy it? I guess there's certain things you don't like in ASMR.
スケートはスケートリンクに行けばできるじゃない。わざわざスキー場に行ってまでやる？
What does skating have to do with the ski resort? They're two different activities. People digging with hands bugs me. The dirt and the nails. Stop! I guess I'm the same way. I don't really like ASMR. ASMR is scary. Well, I've heard something like 30% of people don't, like, it doesn't do anything for them, so they're not gonna understand the allure of ASMR. That is more of a cleanliness issue. maybe you're maybe you're a germaphobe. You know that? Maybe.
そんな都合のいいとこあるかな。なんだかすっごく混んでそう。
If you want to get me trapped in the corner, ASMR me. Really? While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young man sitting next to her. Although the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there are in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though there's still some doubt over whether he could be called that, is beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue. Oh, so this was the conversation they were having probably before, that, like, in the start of the game, if any of you guys caught it. It was just like that mess of conversation that's what he was listening to. It was just this. Oh, see, yeah, this is where his friend turned to him and started asking him. Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's pain as his usual quiet and considerate way, or in his usual quiet and considerate way. He's so severe. The cause of Yo's distress, Sakisaka Fuminori, responds to Koji's sudden query with a vague, mumbled question of his own.
Yeah, だからさ、今年の冬のスキーだよ。お前も行くよな。
How would you live life seeing everything like that, though? Koji speaks gingerly, as though probing a tumor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori for his attitude. Their long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship. But now... Fuminori responds bluntly, his downcast eyes and sullen demeanor making clear that he has no desire to break his silence. Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate with him as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking through his shell? The scars left by the events of that late summer day are still deep all these months later. Each one of the 4 bears them, not only Fuminori.
別に運動するのが傷に触るとかそういうわけでもないんだろ？どうだろうな。今日の診療で先生に聞いてみる。
As though that answer drained the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of his chair.
おい、Fuminori!
Even Koji can't keep his voice from rising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hand over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth, but that sort of thing happens during everyday conversation. Fuminori's reaction is beyond the pale.
だから今日も診療なんだ。もう時間だから。
Making no attempt to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Even as he tosses money on the table to pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touching something filthy.
それじゃ。
Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria almost as if he's running away. He kinda did. Cloaked in heavy silence, the remaining of the three lower their gaze to the table, where the abandoned 10,000 yen bill sways forlornly. Fuminori's coffee is untouched.
やってられないわね。
Romi says with a sigh, but Koji shakes his head reproachfully.
文則にはもう少し時間が必要なんだと思う。だってもう3ヶ月よ。なんなのよあれ。付き合ってるこっちが変になりそうよ。俺だってわからない。わかるはずもないと思う。お前だって想像つくか？あんなひどい形で家族全員を奪われて。平気でいられるわけないよ。
He lost his family. It could have happened to anyone. A tractor trailer flipped over on the highway, crushing the Sakisaka family car into twisted scrap. They said it had been difficult to tell the bodies of the Fuminori's parents apart. Ooh. That's grim. For a while, I had looked at it as if there was no hope for Fuminori either. There's nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to a normal life.
見舞いに行った時なんてもっとひどかったじゃないか。誰が誰かもわからずに怯えて暴れてベッドに縛り付けられて。
I'm sorry he even was able to figure out that those were his friends.
今はよくあそこまで立ち直ってくれたと思う。それにしたって変よ、咲坂くん。私たちのこと見る目つき。あれなんなの？
You're basically not
ま
human
るで
to
こ
him
っち
anymore.
が人間じゃないみたい。よせ、オミ。
Koji says forcefully, probably less out of empathy for his friend than out of consideration for Yo. While Koji's kindness makes her happy, Yo also knows that she mustn't take advantage of it. Fuminori is the victim, just as Koji said. He's the one who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feeling for Fuminori are her problem and no one else's. She doesn't blame Fuminori for not giving her an answer after she worked up the courage to ask him out. In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him for a serious consideration of her feelings than she would have had he treated their relationship casually. Apparently the fact that Fuminori did not reject her was enough to make them a couple in Koji and Omi's eyes. They'd had plenty of fun at Yo's and Fuminori's expense since. The truth of it, though, is that he still hasn't given her an answer. Senpai! Purrs loudly and sways my knuckle tail in excitement. That knuckle tail tells everything. After revealing her feelings to him, Yo didn't see Fuminori again until a week later, and then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. How you doing, Kura Trinity? How you doing? We're doing a VN today. Is that why you're here? do you like VNs? Nicotel. And when he was finally released after 50 days, that seemed an eternity. He was somehow different. She started it out that he even remembers what she confessed to him before the accident. Now winter is coming. Winter is coming. And her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. Must catch Nicotail, that shippo. Dr. Tanbo Ryoko has never had a more troublesome patient. That's pretty hot, doctor. Yeah. His voice is hard and flat. His words toss carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoko is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist, but even she can sense the thickness of the wall he has erected between himself and the world. Did you change your colors? I just noticed that Panda Minimum's name in the chat is a different color now. Well, Sakisaka appears to be looking at Ryoko. His gaze is actually aimed a fraction down and to the side. He's only superficially engaged in the conversation, and in truth, it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect rejection. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and sets her chart aside.
咲坂さん、
Mule?
あなたが当院で受けた処置は脳神経医学の分野では
What?
世
The
界的に
latest in
最先端の
experimental
治療でした。
neurosurgery.
そのことはご存知ですよね。
Treatment of subdural hematoma through the use of micromachines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at the T University Medical Center, had been the only way to save Sakisaka's Fuminori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal. Ooh.
最先端であるということは、まだまだデータの出揃っていない危険性の伴う治療法だったという意味でもあります。
そうでしょうね。
Sakisaka Fuminori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but it's gone before Ryoko can discern its meaning. I want to kind of see it from his
こん
end.
なことを言って脅かすのは医者として問題なんですが、施術後に重大な脳障害をきたしたケースも報告されているんです。予後の経過には十分に注意しなければなりません。
Hence these weekly checkups. If only he would take them a little more seriously.
先週の MRI はどうでした？
Asks abruptly as if to catch Ryoko off guard. MRI, magnetic resonance imaging, is a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaka's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile.
そういえばあなたも医者の卵だったわね。
先生が心配しているような脳機能不全は画像診断だけでも十分にわかるはずですよね。
You know, his voice sounds
何か
familiar.
異常はあったんですか？
I'm gonna have to look up, like, what voices he's done.
いいえ、
There was nothing. Not the slightest hint of abnormal activity. For a procedure with such a low rate of success, the results have been nothing short of miraculous. However, something still's bothered Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior, some terrible weight on his soul, perhaps. But if it is an inorganic problem, then there's nothing she can do, as long as he refuses to explain it.
大丈夫ですよ、先生。現に僕は今こうして病院の外でも何不自由なく生活しています。問題なんてないでしょ
う。ねえ、咲坂さん。こういった難しい手術は予後不断が原則なんです。
そうですよね。僕だって先生方を信用したい。どんな相談にも乗ってもらえるんですか？
He hasn't, like, told them about these symptoms. And hold on, I wanted to do auto mode. Let's see. Is it gonna go? I thought auto mode was gonna, like, automatically go.
ええ、もちろん。
Ryoko answers, smiling to cover up her irritation. Sakisaka asked exactly the same question during last week's visit.
じゃあ、先週の話の続きなんですが、先生、あれから大貝教授については何か分かりましたか？
Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone whom he has no business knowing.
大貝教授のことは、あなたの治療とは何の関係もないでしょ？
信頼しろと言った矢先に、いきなり隠し事ですか？
Ryoko is used to patients treating her with hostility. After all, some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with someone who holds your life in her hands. In Sakisaka, however, she doesn't see the short-sighted impatience that other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a suspect.
何分、だいぶ前にここを辞められた方ですからね。
辞めた理由はご存知ない。
I didn't mean to cut that off.
ええ、おそらく個人的な事情でしょうね。
Ryoko answers smoothly, her earlier hesitation gone. Having decided at the outset to lie, she has no trouble doing so with a straight face.
それにしても、咲坂さん、なぜあなたはそんなに大貝教授にこだわるんです？お知り合いですか？
教授は今失踪中なんです。
いいえ。
Ryoko realizes that her answer may have been a little too quick. She should have acted more surprised.
近頃教授の身内の人間と恋にしていましてね。その人から調査を頼まれているんです。
Detective Fuminori. A relative? Ryoko considers this with a frown.
大貝教授に縁者の方はおられないはずですが。
おお、誰から聞きました？
それは噂話に。
Ryoko replies, remembering that she just claimed to have no contact with the man.
なるほど。そんなことが噂になる程度には、大貝教授は有名人だったわけですね。
まあ、一風変わった人だったみたいですね。
なのに、誰も彼が大学を辞めた理由を知らないと。
Ryoko falls silent, knowing that this isn't a topic she can brush away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood, however, as his strangely stiff tone softens a little.
先生、僕はどうしても大貝教授に会わなきゃならないんです。彼がいなくなったせいで、行く当てがなくなり困っている子がいるんです。
それはむしろ警察の領分なんじゃないかしら。
Although she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, the suggestion is actually a risky gamble. If Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who was involved in the incident will be at risk of exposure. And of course, that includes Ryoko herself. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obviously a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives who might come looking for him, which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. But then, how did Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai?
咲坂さん、私の知っている範囲のことは喜んでお教えします。ですが、大貝教授は今年の4月に辞表を出して、以後は何の音信もないんです。どこか長期の旅行にでも行かれたか、その程度しか想像つきません。
そうですか。
Expecting resistance, Ryoko is surprised when Sakisaka backs down. She's still worried about his condition, and the mysterious link between him and Ogai Masahiko is only making her more uneasy. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryoko writes, "Progress good," on Sakisaka's chart for today.
咲坂さん、それでは来週の診察ですが、今日と同じ4時でも。
Before she could finish, Sakisaka is gone. Bye. Oof, this is back to his world now. It looks like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. What color should the walls of a hospital be? White, of course. And to the creatures of rotten flesh shambling around me, I'm sure this hallway looks about as white as it should. I know intellectually that the walls are white. I know that the flesh beasts are really human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted this that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. Even if even if my university's medical department is nowhere near as good as T University's, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. I have a basic idea of what has happened to me, though it's hard to believe. This isn't a pathological condition. It's probably some form of agnosia, unlike anything that has ever been studied before. I believe agnosia is like, actually, let me look that up. Because that's what I read. And I know it's like some kind of a condition where you see things. Inability to interpret sensations and hence to recognize things, typically as a result of brain damage. So you can have like visual agnosia. So that's what they're using to explain this condition of his. The flesh beast called Tanbo Ryoko said that the other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. It makes me want to laugh in the know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame these doctors who operated on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know as well as anyone how low the chance of success was, and I had no other hope of survival. I was unlucky. That's all there is to it. The point is that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to hearing aid or a wheelchair, I have no choice but to adapt to this nauseating scenery. This is what he sees all day, every day. Of course it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now there's more than just despair. Even for me, there is a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet as to see as little of this horrifying world as possible, I hurry home. So what does he see when he looks at himself? I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood in a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even unluckier than I was, died in the accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral for being in intensive care. But are they unlucky though? Because they could have ended up like this. I had to sell my father's business, but at least that left me with the house and enough money to live on for a while. Of course I'm sad, but the accident took from me more than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. If they were still alive, my parents would never have allowed me to live with some strange girl after all. Wait, there's more to this? As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice is beautiful and clear as a bell, human. Its sweet sound washes the day's cacophony from my memory. Even the patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footsteps. Only in this house, with Saya, am I so privileged. Well, she certainly looks human now. Here. And her smile, and the inquisitive tilt of her head, is everything that I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met, perhaps the only person in the entire world, who does not trigger my cognitive disorder. True, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and hair is probably different in reality, but even so, her form is undeniably human. It's not just her appearance and her voice, but also her... As I bend down to take off my shoes, Saya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her tiny bosom. Yep, bosom. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and from her hair wafts the sweet fragrance of a young girl. In all the world, only Saya is pleasing to my five senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she's my salvation, for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Saya, if I had been all alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world, I would no doubt have succumbed to my madness. It is no exaggeration to say that Saya alone is keeping me alive. Oops, I didn't mean to cut you off. After I see the humming Saya off to the kitchen, I step into the living room. This is what he lives in. I realized one day that if the natural colors of the world were sickening, all I had to do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant. I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint I could find. Then Saya and I tried different combinations until we found one that worked. After painting the bedroom from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first good night's sleep since the accident. When we started on the living room, Saya, unsure what to do with the curtains, just painted carefully around the windows. Without a moment's hesitation, I tore the curtains down and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there that I'd want to see, and as long as we keep the storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything of it. As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Saya sniffs the air. Now that she mentions it, I suppose the smell of paint thinner must be building up in this closed room. It doesn't really bother me though. There are far worse smells outside. So what, he smells everything as rotten as well? The way it looks? Yep, let's just get high off of paint fumes. Closed off in our house. Saya sets the food on the table. Unfortunately, neither its color nor its smell is at all appetizing. Not that food elsewhere is any different. As has become routine, I steel myself and methodically transport the food into my mouth. The taste is as gut-wrenching as I expected, but it's not Saya's fault. I'm sure she made it exactly like the cooking show said. It's just that my taste buds can't accept it. She asks hesitantly. Oops. I didn't mean to click on that. He said no. Lying won't make Saya happy. She knows about my condition.
ごめんな、いつも。せっかく作ってくれたのに。
いいのよ。こうやっていろいろ試していけば、いつか文則でも美味しく食べられるメニューが見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
In my current state, eating is nothing more than an unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it, I need food to survive. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Saya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I met Saya, didn't I?
さやは食べないの？
私はもう済ましたから。
In all the time we've been together, Saya has never once eaten with me. I don't know why she refuses to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not about to push the issue, not when she's putting up with all the problems I have.
そういえば、今日もう一度病院で君のお父さんのこと聞いてみた。
パパの？
Dr. Ogai Masahiko, Saya's father, is her only relative. Saya has asked me to unravel the mystery of his disappearance.
やっぱり何も教えてくれない。何か隠している雰囲気なんだ。
What's going on here? Because Ryoko, the doctor, said they were sure that he had no relatives. I mean, you would think knowing about a daughter would be, I don't know. There's a lot of questions so far about this game.
そう。
I guess that's the point. I expected Saya to be a little more dejected.
心配じゃないのかい？
そういうわけじゃないの。
She gives a little shake of her head, then smiles at me once again.
ありがとう、文則。
君はそれ以上のことを僕のためにしてくれるんだ。
I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean plate. As wretched as the taste was, thinking of the care that Saya put into it gave me the strength to finish every bite.
じゃあ、お風呂にする？
また背中流してくれるか？
Ever since Saya moved in, it's been like having my own wife. I'll bet. She just like waits on him hand to foot. Okay, there we go. I'm assuming that nobody was here to notice that, seeing as nobody actually reacted to that here in the chat, so I might just have to delete this stream. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Or I might just have to remove those parts. The story seems interesting. Aside from that, from the erotic nature of it. So I'll keep going and see how it goes. I'll just probably have to like censor those parts. Yo is determined to talk to him today. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. But I will say this, I know now why this guy is hanging on to this kind of lifestyle, because he has this girl, and this girl goes to quite the lengths for him. She goes to quite the lengths. The time has come to show courage once again. Oh, I could probably turn on the voice again. Might as well save. Yo's fourth period on Thursdays is biology. This is her one chance to see Fuminori. As a required course with many students, the lecture is held in a large hall that can seat well over 200. But since the room is usually only half full, it is rarely difficult for Yo to find the seat she wants. Yo prefers to sit over in the center, where it is easiest to hear the professor. Most of the students congregate in this area for the same reason. Fuminori usually sits beside her, although, given the ambiguous state of their relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. The classroom isn't crowded today, so Yo is able to set her bag on the seat next to her without inconveniencing everyone, or anyone. But when the professor arrives at the usual time to start class, there's still no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yo scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in the far back corner. Did he miss Yo when he came in? No, he couldn't have. And besides, no serious student would willingly sit so far away from the front. Feeling miserable, Yo slides her bag back over to herself. Fuminori is out of the door the moment class ends. Yo barely manages to catch up to him before he disappears down the hallway. Fuminori jerks at the sound of his name. You would think she just screamed at him.
何か
He turns to her and asks reluctantly, "What's this?" This is Saya no Uta, which, you literally just missed it like 10 minutes ago. I ran into a part in the game where it was pretty explicit, and I was like, whoops. I did not realize that this game was actually an age game. But I looked it up. I looked it up before I streamed it, and I checked I checked to see if it was not allowed to be streamed on Twitch, and it's not on their list. And there's also a category here on Twitch, so people are streaming it. So yeah. I don't know, it just like suddenly jumped into that scene, and I was like, whoa. So I had to just censor it for a little bit. It's kind of funny. But yes, I don't know, the story seems really interesting aside from that. And not that I don't enjoy the odd H game, but yeah, probably don't want to get banned on here. So yeah, we're gonna be careful about that. You'll probably catch that part in the some novels or H games, yeah. But the plot's really good. Yeah, exactly. This one is supposed to be written by what's his name? Gen Urobuchi, who wrote some really good stuff. He's written some really good stuff. Like he wrote, I think, the plot to Madoka. Yeah, and that story is really great. But usually the H game will give you option to remove H scenes. Let's see. It doesn't even have it. It has grotesque CGs, but I didn't mind the grotesque stuff because that stuff I think is kind of safe, but whatever. Ha 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 ha. All right. I think it's because well, I guess they should give you an option to censor some stuff, but I don't know. They don't have it. Yeah, this doesn't have it. This is supposed to be a really old game too. Like it came out originally in 2003, I think. Have you played this game or heard of it? When did it come out? Yeah, 2003 in Japan, and then it's been redone since then, re-released. So yeah, I don't know. Well, long time. But yeah, the premise of the story so far is really interesting, actually. So you play as this guy here, and he has this medical condition. It's a made-up medical condition of some sort of agnosia, or yeah, it's an agnosia of like almost all his senses. So he hears, he sees, and smells things, and everything just looks like rotten and grotesque. Like even other humans look disgusting to him. So and that was after he had an accident, and then he had this experimental brain surgery thing. Yeah, but it's really cool, right? And then so like he would have probably gone crazy to that if not for this one girl he met who doesn't trigger the condition in him, and she looks human to him and stuff, and and that's when it popped into the the H scene. Suddenly I was like, whoa. Usually they ramp up to those scenes slowly, but this one it just like jumped right in there. I was like, whoa, alrighty. But anywho, I'll try my best to like censor those or something. Anyways, Now that they are face to face, Yo is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori has lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones are a far cry from the features familiar to her. She wonders whether she's under a lot of stress, or perhaps not getting enough nutrition. Maybe it's both. He definitely looks more tense than he should, afraid even, though of what she can't imagine. His eyes move restlessly from point to point, and he refuses to look Yo in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindling the flame of courage in her heart.
お話があるんです。
The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air.
話って何？
Don't you remember? So this girl that's talking to him right now, so actually, technically you play as this guy, or he's like the main protagonist, but the girl that you're now speaking through to him is a friend, I guess, or a classmate, and she had, what was it? I'm blanking out. She professed her love to him, or like she asked him out. Damn, my net's really bad today, I knows. Downgrade it. Does that help? So yeah, she, after the accident, he like completely sort of like treated her differently, but mostly because of his condition, and a lot of his friends don't understand, and I guess he never bothered to explain it to them. Oh, and it's still legs. Oh no. That sucks. Usually I can do 180 plus 60 frames per second. Lol. Oh no. I'm sorry. Yo almost blurts the question, but manages to keep her composure.
咲坂さん、最近ちょっと様子が変です。
So this girl is supposed to be somewhat of his girlfriend, so to
心配に
speak.
なります。
Although they weren't really officially together before the accident.
そうかもね。まあ、
Whoops. He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems stiff and forced. He's even standing precisely one pace further away from her than he used to.
本当にそれだけなんですか？
Well, how do you explain to your friends and your to-be girlfriend that you are now disgusting blobs of, like, creatures, rotting creatures to him? Like, he doesn't even hear her this way, like, the way she's talking right now. It's just all, like very disgusting visual and audio noise.
君にはそれだけじゃないように見えるのかい？
It is. It's like, how does anyone live like that? But you can see why he lives like that, because he found salvation in this one girl, Saya, that he found after his accident, that you know, it appears human to him, right? Yo manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone.
何か我慢してるみたいに。
Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toe into the dead grass at his feet. Fearing that her determination might flag, Yo lets the words come out as they may.
どうしようもないものを無理して壊れそうになるほど頑張って我慢してるみたいに。今の咲坂さんはそう見えます。
そうかい。
Fuminori mutters through clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny it or change the topic. This is an even clearer signal of rejection than his prior evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today at least, she won't back down.
友達ってこんな時のためにいると思うんです。
Trying to convey the sincerity of her feelings for him. Okay, so this is what he sees. Oh, that sounds more normal. Before, in the beginning of the game, it was just like really harsh, like jibber jabber. Lol. It's kind of comical, but it's kind of sad at the same time. It's like how I used to type. Oh, this thing. I see. Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash the feelings pent up inside of her, they will be lost forever.
一人で背負い込んだりしなくても私たちで何とかできることだってあると思うんです。たとえ何もできないにしても 話してさえくれれば、あなたが少しでも楽になるかもしれない。私、咲坂さんの力になりたいんです。他のみんなも同じ気持ちだと。
やめてくれ!
Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo's entreaty. She promised herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. I will end myself if everything looks disgusting to me. Well, I mean, this guy probably would have done the same thing if he hadn't found Saya. The look in his eyes is not anger or any other warm-blooded emotion. It is hate. Murderously cold hate.
Oh
my god, he totally remembered that she asked him out. He remembers. He remembers, yet still he has treated her so coldly. This is all the answer that she needs. If his words stab any deeper, she might very well die. Murder! Oh, that's stone cold, man. I never saw you in any special way before. Well, now he knows.
でもね、今ではもうはっきりと答えが出てる。あれから考える時間だけはたっぷりとあったからね。筑波さん、僕はあんたのことが大嫌いだ。
That's so hateful. I guess it's kind of the truth. He kind of hates everybody. Don't cry, Yo tells herself, but too late to stop the tears pouring from her eyes.
もう二度と会いたくないっていうのは無理だね。同じ学校に通ってるんだし。
Ouch. That is stone cold, man.
だからせめて今後は僕に声をかけないでくれないか。目障りなんだよ。
It's not particularly untrue what he's saying here. Like everything makes him sick. Yo whispers in shock and despair. What is with that smile? Which Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile.
君さ、少しは頭を冷やした方が良かったんだよ。どうせ大宮浩二にけしかけられてその気になってただけなんだろ。自分一人でのぼせてる分には勝手だけどさ、他人を巻き込むなって言うんだ。
That's all Yo can take. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. So she runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. Guess what? My Streamlabs chatbot script is working, so now I can wrap this project up for my client. Oh, that's cool. You were doing it for a client? Like another streamer, I'm assuming? Omi was the first to catch sight of Yo and Fuminori leaving for the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, Koji and Omi ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows. Yes, for free? Oh, that's kind of cool. Were you doing that like as part of your portfolio or something? Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. Throughout the exchange, Omi was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept firm hold of her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might have very well done it. Yes, it's going to my list of projects. Oh, that's kind of neat. Maybe you could do something with my Streamlabs chatbot. Make it say some stuff. Should hire you for that to like make it a little bit smarter. Fuminori leaves after Yo, his very step seemingly to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into the once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away. Yeah, I gotta really configure my Streamlabs chatbot. So far I'm still just kind of relying more on Nightbot, but I want to eventually do more stuff with the Streamlabs chatbot. Even Koji cannot forgive Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that he feels is confusion, not anger. Koji has known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. I think you can do that with the commands feature. Yeah, I could. I have to like look into it and see like what kinds of other things I can do with it, but I know I can do like commands and stuff, like simple commands. There's no question now that the accident changed him. You guys are just figuring this out.
放っておきたくないにしたって俺たちに何ができる？
覗き見よりマシなことよ。
Omi shouts, her face red with fury.
私、咲坂君に一言言ってやらなきゃ気が済まないわ。
それで筑波の気が晴れるってもんでもないだろうに。
だったら私のキーだけでも晴らすわよ。
Yo and Omi are best friends just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the other two together. Omi's anger is only natural.
私、咲坂君と二人だけで話してみたいわ。
本気かよ。
その代わり、陽のことを見ていてあげて。あの子、多分心底傷ついてるから。泣き終わった後で、誰かの優しさが必要になると思う。
なあ、それって俺とお前の役回りが逆じゃないのか？
私みたいな性格だとね、慰め役は無理。励ま。
Oops.
なるほど。納得いった。
I try not to cut them off.
じゃあまあ、そっちはほどほどにしとけよな。
Ending the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji heads off to find Yo. Dang it! Stupid nut. Knows. Try restarting your router. Ah, we're back to his view of everything. Sorry, let's stop complaining. Oh, no worries, man. No worries. I can understand. I feel your pain. I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I finally crossed the line. I knew it would come crashing down like this sooner or later. Having been unable to feel anything but disgust for other people, there was no way I could hope to maintain the relationships I'd had before the accident. Ew, my shins. They look like worms. I guess some of it does. A lot of the human-like responses Guard Cow gives uses regex expressions that query user messages and can give some context to its response. Ah. I'm not gonna pretend I know exactly what you were talking about there, but that sounds interesting. Damn worms. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced I've had a major change of character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. At least I probably won't be committed for this. I just need to avoid acting any stranger than I already have. If this puts a rift between me and the others, good. The thought of all the stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them sticking their noses to my life. It's like they don't care that they make my gut churn just by being near me. I really don't like the music. It's like really, like some of the tracks are like incredibly loud. So I have to like toggle it. I guess it being an older game. I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear into one of them. In that sense, it's something of a relief, but I'm not entirely without remorse for what happened. Also, I just realized I turned down the audio a lot for you guys, so you're not... Whoops. You guys aren't hearing it as loud as I am. There we go. Even in my senses... Hold on. The person I just demolished with the verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend Yo. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself, and I didn't want to hurt her. I'ma grab a snack while I reset. Wish me luck. Alright. Ganbatte ne. Or ganbare? Good luck. In retrospect, perhaps I should have just ignored her outright. Yo was an attractive girl. I certainly didn't think badly of her. To be honest, though, I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. It felt like they were toying with me, and Yo seemed totally oblivious of the fact that she was dancing to their tune. Her cluelessness was irritating. Still, I knew that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others just to get my way. If having a casual relationship with Yo would keep our circle of friends together, I was willing to make that compromise. Now, however, there was no room in my heart for such forbearance. Merely talking to someone is an ordeal. Then how can I be expected to show them kindness? These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Saya as soon as possible, but thinking about the packed trains and crowded downtown streets between here and home saps my spirit. Oh man, imagine like getting onto like a crowded train in this condition. Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit down and close my eyes to the horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least I can calm my nerves enough to rest. So it's like he can even smell things like rotten like, and he even tastes things differently too. When I regained consciousness in the T University hospital ward, the world was as dark as it is now. See, now the music is okay. I had not recovered my sight, even though my eyes and optical nerves were undamaged. It must have been an after effect of the accident. Blindness was a shock, but now I know that my suffering then was nothing. After all, my senses of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. The real horror began when my sight returned. Oh boy. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident and my neurosurgery while still blind. I panicked when I saw the nightmarish hospital and the blood-curdling shapes of the doctors and the nurses, but I soon guessed the cause. It chills me to think of what might have happened if I had recovered my sight along with my consciousness. Suddenly awakening in what can only be described as hell, I would no doubt have lost my mind instantly. Soon my disorder spread to the senses of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other four senses. The taste of my food, the feel of my bedsheets, the fragrance of my get-well flowers, all became as unbearably foul as my eyes said they should be. Eventually, when even the doctors' voices became unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I didn't believe for a second that I could live in this new world. So he did try and commit suicide. At least, not until I met Saya. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I found myself succumbing to sleep. Drifting between the nightmares of my dreams and the nightmare of reality, I didn't notice her enter my room. The next thing I knew, there was a face staring down at me from next to my bed. The face was not covered in pus, or slime, or earthworm-like feelers, and its smooth white cheeks, round eyes, and a lovely little nose. All things I had never expected to see again. The face was that of a girl, undeniably human, and positively glowing with beauty. I sighed in admiration, savoring the first peace and joy since regaining my sight. She had not expected such a reaction, apparently. She asked, looking at the clock. I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning. No time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps she expected me to mistake her for a ghost. I think with Streamlabs chatbot, it can't query the user message. The user message has to match the command trigger exactly, but it's fine. I've seen other streamers get by with it. Oh, well, yeah. I didn't really mean that I wanted like a bot to chat and, you know, come off looking like it was human. It's just I want to get more what is that? Just basically commands and interactivity with my viewers using a chatbot. And I know that I've been sort of like lacking in like throwing in some more commands in here on my stream, so I'm gonna work on that. You know what I bet you the twist is with Saya? I bet you Saya is like a really grotesque, like disfigured girl of some sort. And so it just like flips the views on her. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I'm like dying to know what the ending is to this. I hope not. But like, look, she says this here raises a red flag. Aren't you afraid of me? She says. What's up with this background? Okay, it's as I explained before. You play as the main character, this guy who got into an accident, and he had like a surgery on his brain to save him, and it was like this experimental surgery. And when he woke up, it turns out like all his senses, he has some sort of like this condition of agnosia, which is the inability to interpret sensations and hence to recognize things, typically as a result of brain damage. So he sees things differently because of what's going on with his brain. And because he's a medical student and he has like he studies neurology. Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, that's pleasant. He figured it out real quickly when he woke up and saw this, right? So as he said just a moment ago, he says that because of his sight, interpreting all of this has affected all of his other senses, his sense of smell, hearing, taste, and touch. Because he says that, oh, here we go. Here we can back up. I didn't realize you could actually rewind and look at it. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other 4 senses. So that's why all his other senses have turned to shit after his sight kind of went. Oh, wait, how do I go back? There we go. Perhaps she expected for me to mistake her for a ghost, but I would not have cared if she had been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend.
君は誰だい？なぜここに？
私はサヤ。パパのこと探しに来たの。
I assumed that she was the daughter of a late shift doctor or another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital. So, before she just popped into his room and he found out that she looked normal-ish compared to everything else he sees, he was contemplating suicide, or a way to die anyways, because, yeah. I mean, if you had to, like, live in a world like this, that would just be awful. See, when she says things like that, it implies that she's expecting him to be scared of her. I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only after she turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next. Her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to its core. Through the white haze clouding my mind, I struggled to form a coherent sentence.
女の子にお願いしていいことじゃないんだが、今は君にしか頼めない。
No longer concerned with propriety, I let the words come as they willed.
手を握らせてもらえないだろう
Oh,
か。
I thought he was gonna ask for more than that. Saya looked confused at first, but then she smiled like she had just found a new toy. Her smile was brighter than my memories of the sun. She said, holding out her slender white hand. Ever so carefully, as though catching snowflakes, I placed my palm against hers. I could feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just beyond the palm of my hand. Thinking back on the joyful tears I shed then, I know that this is the moment I was saved from my fate.
この半月の間に初めて人に触れた。人だと感じられる体に。他の人じゃダメなんだ。僕事故に遭って。その後遺症らしいんだけど。
Here you go. He's explaining it.
人の姿に見えないんだよ。
I'm kind of surprised he didn't try and explain this to the doctors, but maybe he did try, I don't know.
本当に不思議な人。あなたって面白い。明日の夜もまた来ていい？
She said, winding her fingers gently around mine.
あ、そりゃもういいのかい？君はそんなことをして。
大丈夫よ。夜は私のものだから。
And so, our rendezvous began. Okay, I don't know if that's cool this game has voice. Yeah, I mean, it's not like super duper old that, you know, a VN shouldn't have voice. Most VNs have voice. Okay, I don't I don't know if something... I'm gonna get ready to censor this part in case it's jumping back. Oh, okay, never mind. There we go. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. And welcome back, Mr. Bombastic Man. Looks like your reset was successful. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital.
これだけ広いと隠れる場所には事欠かないから。
It's not? Oh wait, so your internet is like shitty right now still? That sucks. But yeah, I was just saying while you were resetting that my theory is that Saya is probably like really, really grotesque. I'm gonna just suffer with the low speed today. Well, that's okay. We don't have a lot of moving parts here. So this is mostly still images and my voice, basically. Or you could try turning off, you turn it only to voice only if you, and see if that helps. I don't know. I usually find that when the video is really crappy, at least I can still hear the audio in some streams. But yeah. Whoops. After she had tired of waiting for his return, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he'd worked. And there she lived for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts all the while. Oh, this was the doctor that went missing.
学校には行かなくていいのかい？
いいの。勉強は全部パパに教えてもらったから。サヤはとっても頭がいいんだよ。
She was a strange girl. On the one hand, she looked and talked like an innocent child. On the other, she was remarkably self-reliant, and at times exhibited a sharp intelligence and deep knowledge that many may have found unsettling. I didn't care. Saya was the only other human in the world gone mad. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society.
危なくないのか？見つか…
全然平気。ここにいれば食べるものにも不自由しないし、パパのうちに一人ぼっちでいるよりもずっと楽しいよ。
So she just like sneaks around the hospital stealing food.
入院してる患者さんたちのうち、ちょっと精神的に参ってそうな人を事前にチェックしといてね。
I guess he would be considered one with mental problems. Saya continued, grinning mischievously.
時々部屋に真夜中に忍び込んで脅かしたりするの。その人が大騒ぎしても、そういう患者さんの言うことはみんな真に受けたりしないから。結局は悪い夢ってことで片付けられちゃうし。
Her confession reminded me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Who could have imagined that there was actually a real girl impishly roaming these hallways?
じゃあ、僕も最初はそのつもりで。
うん。ごめんね。怒った？
While her pranks were hardly praiseworthy, I couldn't bring myself to scold her for the very thing that had brought us together.
もうやらない方がいい。その代わり、夜は僕の話し相手になってくれないか？
He basically just like took her for himself.
さやもその方が楽しい。
Oh my god, this is what he sees. He's just like wrapped in a blanket of guts. That's just horrifying. With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious that the doctors had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I was exhibiting such unusual side effects. I was not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. Oh, okay, so he did not opt to tell them because he didn't want to become experimented on. So I hid my discomfort and loathing behind a mask of normalcy, convincing the doctors that any signs of stress were merely a result of hospitalization. Saya was my support. Looking forward to her nightly visits gave me the strength to endure my daily torture. Hope can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctor stunned. What the fuck is this? Lol. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. This is what he sees himself. Like, he's lying in a hospital bed, but this is his reality in his head. He's lying in what appears to be like a pile of guts. I just came into some gore. It's not exactly gore, but there's a lot of gore-ish looking stuff. Like a lot of the stuff that this guy sees it just looks grotesque and gore-ish. So yeah, I don't think there's any gore in this series. I don't think. I hope not. On the last night before my release, I summoned my courage and asked her, "Is he messed up?" Yeah, he's totally messed up. You were here from the beginning, weren't you? At a minimum? hot. I summoned my courage and asked her, "Are you gonna stay here forever?" Okay.
結局パパの手がかりはなかったけど、もう他にいるところもないし。
Apparently
バ
her
レそうになるまではいいかなって。
apparently her dad was one of the doctors at this hospital and he had not returned home, so she snuck into the hospital and has been staying there for a couple months. I may have been lurking. Okay. Gotcha. So, to sum it up, this guy has this condition of, let's just say he's brain damaged. He's brain damaged, so now he experiences the world like this. Like, all his senses are affected. His brain just interprets everything like this. Even though everything looks normal, this is just how he sees things. And Saya is the only girl that triggers as like a normal human to him, or what appears to be a normal human to him. In other words, she had no reason to stay. I asked timidly. The question took all the courage I had. That would suck, yes. That's what everyone's been saying. And he was actually considering committing suicide until the night she came in and, you know, he discovered, hey, this is like the only girl that looks normal to me. Everyone else, everything else looks really fucked up. Even other humans.
家族はもういないから部屋はいくらでも余ってる。人目を忍ぶような必要もないし、住み心地もそんなに悪くないんじゃないかと。
So Saya is kind of like his salvation from this world. Otherwise, if it were not for Saya, he probably would have committed suicide.
ずっとふみのりと一緒に暮らすの？
I was too afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered a deal.
君の父さんのことは代わりに僕が探してあげる。約束するよ。必ず居場所を見つけてみせる。
難しいと思うよ、それ。
Saya said, looking a little embarrassed.
多分パパ、何か悪いことをしてこの病院を辞めたんだと思う。だから警察とかは困るの。なるべくこっそりと探さなきゃいけないし。
頑張るよ。どんなことだってやる。僕は。
Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth.
さやと離れたくないんだ。
At first she looked bewildered, but after a few moments of silence, she said,
少しだけ考えさせて。
That night, she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my release, I managed to smile as I accepted the hideous, foul-smelling celebratory bouquet. The flesh beasts calling themselves Koji, Omi, and Yo came to pick me up. Though they had come to see me many times during my stay, it never got easier to see my friends change so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain them away as tears of joy. Tears of joy. While we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Saya amid the grotesque scenery. Even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade into the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. But Saya never appeared. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused a while to regard my surroundings. I had lived my entire life on this block, in this house. There was no other place I could call home. But nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up that path to the front door and took in the yard where I had spent my childhood... Oh, let me... I feel like I have to muck around with the volume sometimes. Some of the tracks are really loud. I could feel his memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I found nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort and warmth. What I had once called home was now a whole other world. I whispered with smiles, self-pity. There was one last stop to make, one last nail to hammer into my coffin. I stepped into the room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails, the bed a tangled mass of worm flesh. But none of that mattered. There, curled up on the bed, like an abandoned cat, was Saya. As I stood there in shock, she looked up at me and in a tiny, weak voice said,
本当にここにいてもいい?
I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly so that she could not escape. Saya did not resist. When she arrives at the Sakisaka house, Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looks over the patch of yard that she can see from outside the gate. Even Omi isn't normally one to complain about other people's housekeeping, but this is going too far. The grass is growing wild, and there are piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. It doesn't look just untended, it looks like an uninhabited ruin. It's still light out, but every window has its storm shutters tightly sealed. Omi guesses that they've been closed since morning. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he's living alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And is it just her imagination, or does something stink like rotten meat? It couldn't be coming from the yard, could it? Oh, that's like really disconcerting that there's something that smells like rotten meat to like a normal person. There's still no response, so she presses the buzzer a second time, a third, and a fourth. Finally, after this has gone on for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power has been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori has a good reason for shutting out the world, but Omi can only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled, she pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard to the front door. Given the state of his intercom, she doubts that Fuminori will respond to a knock, so Omi decides to simply open the door and go in shouting. And even the door is locked, she'll just have to. Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand, and the enraged Omi finds herself throwing the door wide open, or open wider than she intended. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench.
何?
Oh boy. What are we gonna find, guys? What are we gonna find? As Omi stands petrified on the threshold, the cowbell hanging on the inside of the door chimes loudly. A moment later... Oh, what? Oh! I think that- see? I knew it! Saya is gonna be like this grotesque thing. Omi can't believe her ears. The voice she just heard could not have been human, yet its intonations were too complex for any animal she can imagine.
誰かいるの?
She calls out to the end of the hallway from which the voice came. I knew it! I called it! So Saya is like this really grotesque being that's just flipped around in his brain. There's no response. Instead, she hears the sound of something soft and wet flopping its way deeper into the house. Like she's like maybe some science experiment or something? Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice she just heard, Omi stares blankly at the empty vestibule. There's nothing there. Not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere, wearing them. The house should be empty. But then, what was that voice just now? Her anger has vanished as if it was never there. Nevertheless, Omi sets foot into the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on edge. Omi herself isn't sure why she's acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make as little noise as possible. The potency of the stink inside the house makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison. It's sickening, like rotten fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? She hears a bubbling sound up ahead. Stepping gingerly on the creaking floorboards, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. She finds rooms to both sides of her, one lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit room. It's the kitchen, lit by what must be the only window in the house not covered by a storm shutter. The sound she heard was the pot boiling on the stove, and on the cutting board, or chopping board next to it, lie a butcher's knife and some half-diced carrots. A perfectly normal household scene, with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of decomposing fruit. Something's wrong. Who's cooking here? And where did they go?
誰か
Omi calls, regretting it immediately as she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo vainly through the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly, she feels something cold seeping through her pantyhose. She timidly reaches down to touch her feet. Her fingertips come away covered with a viscous olive green slime like the filthy water from a tank long clogged with algae and dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. It must be the source of the stench. Omi now wishes that she had worn her shoes inside. Manners be damned. Oh no, what are we gonna see? When she looks back ruefully the way she came, she realizes that her current position is not visible from the entrance. This kitchen must be where that strange voice came from. The next room is probably the den. As she expected from the closed storm shutters, it's pitch black inside. Swamp Thing! I have no idea what to expect here. And what's up, Rezigo? How you doing? Omi wants nothing more than to flee this house, but that would mean turning her back to the darkness, and that she simply cannot bring herself to do. I would so not go into that room. Like, no. Pitch black darkness? No. I would totally backtrack my way out. Moved by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. It is too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. She slides her hand along the wall, feeling for the light switch. Finding it much sooner than she expected, she flips it on like it's her last hope. Colors! Colors! So many colors! The purple of entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of fresh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors, and more that cannot be described, cover every inch of the room in maddening array. The colors say all that needs to be said about the painter's hatred, malice, and insanity. Omi's legs give up from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks through her jeans, its cold tendrils creeping up her legs, crotch, and her neck. What? Her hand flies to her neck, where it's greeted by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down on her head. Making perhaps the worst decision of her life, Omi looks up. The predator clinging to the ceiling, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees it in every detail. Oh my god, I wonder what's gonna come up here. Oh, what? Oh, we're not gonna get to see it. Her mouth and nose are sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open as something enters to feast on her innards. But by the time she feels any of this, Omi has already gone mad. That's yeah. That's very Lovecraftian. Okay, so now we've swapped back to the other character. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train, but the rush hour crowds were so bad that I had to get off halfway and walk. I'm running pretty late. Is Saya worried? I hope she's not mad. Eating nachos So is this a game or just like a story? This is probably considered a visual novel, which is mostly just text, so it's like a novel. There might be some choices in this one, but I'm not sure. The scene. As I enter the yard, I realize that the front door has been left wide open. Light from the living room is seeping out into the hallway, and I hear what sounds like someone smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Tantalizing. Is it Saya? I consider calling out to her, but decide to enter in silence instead. Something smells strange, although not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. It reminds me of Saya's hair. So he smells this thing like it smells like really wonderful, you know, like this. But to normal people, I guess Saya is this like horrible looking. Oh, no waifus? Not exactly. Not exactly. You'll get to see Saya through his eyes. So this is what this the living room looks like to him. So it looks like just semi-pleasant to him, whereas to the other, like to a normal girl, it looked like really chaotic and really disgusting. At first I'm surprised by what I see in the living room. The floor is covered with what looks to be some kind of grass, probably the source of the herb-like smell, and there are fruit or vegetable-like balls of varying size scattered everywhere.
Saya.
Oh my god. So it's Saya eating his friend, I think. Saya turns around, her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away sheepishly like a child caught at some prank.
何を食べてるんだい?
これは
She stammers, so flustered that I could suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Remember that she has never eaten in front of me before, I realize that she must be quite embarrassed.
一ついいかな?
He's gonna eat his friend. That's Omi. I scoop up the closest fruit thing and pop it into my mouth, ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. It has a strange texture, soft and pliable, like a peach or a pear. When I bite into it with my back teeth, a succulent juice fills my mouth, combined with a sharp, strong fragrance. It's unlike anything I've ever tasted. Oh my god, he's eating his friend!
何か味付けとか調理してあるのかこれ?
He doesn't think it's weird that she's eating on the floor this weird stuff.
調理ってほどのことはさばいてからちょっと溶かして食べやすくしてだけで
So basically Saya is like
ママなんだけど
a slime monster that's like digesting things with her slime or something. It's practically raw. I picked up a different lump, this one consisting of fruity flesh around a hard core. Tearing a chunk off in my mouth, I find that it has a similar taste to the last one. It's soylent greens. It's raw soylent green, or like? Or unprocessed.
それって
I want to know what it is, because he describes it as a soft mush with a harder core to it. So what is he eating? What part of his friend is he eating?
僕でも食べられる味だ.
Wow.
っていうよりうまいよ.
So this stuff actually tastes good to him. So humans taste good to him. That's a little horrifying.
そうなの
Or I guess her half-processed humans. At first, Saya looks dumbstruck, but then she bursts out laughing.
そうなんだふみのりもこういうのが好きだったんだなんだあれこれ工夫して頑張ってた私がバカみたい
I'm assuming that all this time she's been trying to cook him like normal, like human foods, and all that stuff would taste disgusting to him.
さやっていつもこういうものを食べてたのか?
And he always noted that she never would eat the meals with him, so now we know why.
こんな大物は久しぶりだけどね近所の公園とかで
Wait. What? One so big? What was she eating before? Like children or something? Or smaller animals, maybe? Seeing as she caught them in the park. There's an impressive nature preserve not too far from here. I've never heard about fruits like these growing there, but, well, of course. They only look like fruits to me. They're really something else.
ごめんね一番美味しいところはさっきさやが全部食べちゃった
いいよ、また今度で。でもこれで明日から一緒に食事ができるね。
What the hell was he eating though? I'm really curious about it. Saya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone, and it makes the food taste better too.
まだまだいっぱいあるし食べきれない分は冷やせば 2,3 日は大丈夫だよちょっと味は落ちるんだけどね
He's now become a cannibal.
じゃあ早めに片付けておこうか。
Sealing the small fruits in Tupperware and the large ones in pots and bowls, Saya and I store the remaining food in the refrigerator. Thinking of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. I feel that, little by little, I'm starting to regain the joy of living. Saya will guide me. With her, I can live on. What is Saya? True Scary Stories Hospital Edition. Unless he's a monster too. Plot twist. Maybe. I don't know. He's just some brain damaged dude, right? I get the feeling that the ending to this story is gonna be like really, really awesome. Chapter 4: The Monster in the University Hospital. A research student relates his shocking experiences at Tokyo's most prestigious hospital. Will you believe him or not? Oh, I guess this will give us some insight about the monster that she possibly is roaming the hospital. Strange things started happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to other hospitals because of it. The weird thing was, they'd all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. Called it. I called it! That Saya's monster. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around the campus looking for scraps from the students. Oh my god, she was eating cats! One day, the cats suddenly disappeared. And it wasn't that they'd stopped coming, it was more like they'd vanished from the area entirely. And then people stopped walking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Oh, so that's what she was taking from the hospital. Transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. Some people came close to losing their jobs over it, and it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that it happened. They tried to keep it from the research students, but we heard that it was a lot worse than that. They keep organs in storage? I thought that like organs didn't last very long, so you can't really store them like that. People started saying that there was something living in the hospital. But then again, I guess they did have a disclaimer at the beginning of this story saying that a lot of the stuff was like made up medical stuff too. The janitors would find strange messes that could only have been made in the middle of the night, traces of something that had crawled down the hallway, or weird stains that seemed to be caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same shifts that patients woke screaming. There's one last story, one you can never mention inside the hospital. One day, the obstetrics department went crazy. They said that a newborn had disappeared in the night. Oh no! That's horrifying, she took a baby? If that were true, the police would have come and it would have been all over the news, but they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor, of course. These strange incidents suddenly stopped towards the end of summer. Now, there are almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. Probably because he took her home. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer? Even now, just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Gives me the creeps as well. Oh, right, her friends, Omi's friends are probably gonna be looking for her now. This is the 3rd day in a row that they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report.
まあ、あいつのことだからな。何事もなかったみたいに、ひょっこり顔出しそうな気もするんだが。
だといいけど。
Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be weighing on her mind as well. Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then, and Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between classes, but now there were only 2.
ねえ、殿くん、もう一度考えてみようよ。
いや、一通りは確かめたしな。
Koji answers evasively. It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is mercifully broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period.
じゃあ、俺行くわ。
If Koji isn't mistaken, Yo was supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there, staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, he leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. Both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place. When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori, After all, the last time he'd seen her was just before she stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with an unequivocal denial, and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps that was only natural, as he was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She had been riding a wave of emotion when she'd left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Or perhaps she ran into trouble on the way? Koji concluded, or more accurately, convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth, subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility, that Fuminori was lying and that he had met Omi and was involved with her disappearance. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she'd planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he told the police everything they needed to know. You know, if he had told them that Omi was planning to go to Fuminori's house, the police probably would have gone to his house and then probably investigated his house if they found some kind of a trace there. Who knows? This is what happens when people don't tell the truth. Not wanting to get the still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. But the conflict has built up inside him without his notice, leaving unanswered suspicion to fester in his mind. Koji is deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings, but perhaps that is what allows him to catch sight of his friends back through the crowd of milling students.
Fuminori?
At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he's instead going home. Strange. Medical students have required courses in the afternoon. Though he is initially surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed. He's gonna stalk his friend. Fuminori wasn't going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train heading in the opposite direction. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see his doctor at the T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station. At first, Koji felt ashamed for tailing his friend like this, but his conscience fell silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger guessed the closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Even Koji is beginning to think that there must be more behind Fuminori's change than the accident alone. He wants a more satisfying answer, one that will help him decide whether Fuminori can still be trusted. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him amid the other disembarking passengers. 3. Armored Cow, thank you so much for the host, really appreciate it. Even though I know you're not a real person, I still appreciate it. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This neighborhood was carved out of the Fuji foothills, and here and there remain steep inclines and wooded areas that escape assimilation. Koji is amazed that such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moves quickly and purposefully through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches the house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Ogai, it reads. Koji has never heard of anyone by that name among Fuminori's acquaintances. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests that it has been abandoned for some time. A small playground about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front of the Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be the sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on a bench to begin his stakeout. Hey, why didn't he voice this one? I should have brought more smokes. 1 hour passes, and then another, but there remains no sign of movement around the Ogai residence. Soon, twilight settles upon the neighborhood. Sorry if not typing a lot. Eating finger foods, lol. That's what chopsticks are for, man. I thought we talked about this, using chopsticks to eat, like, finger foods. Oh no. Or did I have this discussion with someone else? Like, a lot of, like, finger foods now, I'll eat with chopsticks, so I don't have to, like, dirty my fingers while I'm, like, doing other things, like playing video games. or watching other people's streams and interacting with it. Hint, hint. Just kidding. After Koji's one pack of cigarettes runs out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting and— wait, he smoked through a pack of cigarettes after a few hours? This guy's like a chain smoker. He kills time by redialing Omi on his cell and sending her short text messages. But his efforts are futile, as he knew they would be. I wonder where he is, this person. When the sky begins to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back towards the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that, right now, investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. He rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching, and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. What's he gonna find? Oh god. The moment he enters the house, stale air, thick with mold and dust, fills Koji's nostrils. It is the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There's also a faint hint of something else in the air, something reminiscent of damp sewers and fetid cisterns. Flipping the light switch does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses a cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In the thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could have only been made by shoes. Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on. I mean, I probably would too. The lighter's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house has been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? Gorgo, are you here? The calendar in the den is still turned to April. Oh, so that's when... I think this is... Oh guy. Now I remember. This was the doctor's house. The doctor that went missing. So he went missing in April. And that is apparently Saya's father, or so she claims. And that's why Fuminori was probably here. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of life that was once lived there, the house reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. No one is living here, but that does not have to mean that the owner left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light. A flashlight in his hand would have made him feel much better. Koji follows Fuminori's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper in the stale air. This is the smell of old books, instantly recognizable to anyone who has worked in an antique bookstore or library. The first room on the second floor turns out to be a study. Its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. As a medical student himself, he is able to discern at a glance that this study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond the simple student's understanding, the owner's interests lie more with medical research than with clinical practice. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. The scattered dust suggests that he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers are in obvious disarray. A small pile of books stacked on the side table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature could shed some light on the character of the person who worked here. Koji frowns as he examines the 3 books. These aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old leather-bound Western tomes, like the sort you would find in a rare bookstore. The titles are meaningless to him. Trait de chiffres appears to concern semiotics, but Ars Magna et Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination. And then there's a Voynich manuscript, which looks like some sort of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds the text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher. whatever they clearly have nothing to do with medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guess that this Ogai was a doctor. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices the glint of something black and metallic underneath a chair. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place among all these dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it in. With relief, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. Its tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house. It's like exploring a haunted house. Koji notices something strange, something that was not visible in the lighter's weak flame. The slime! Dark, oily stains are everywhere. The stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and stair banisters, like someone grasped them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Looking closer, he sees places where slime was splashed low on the walls, as if a wet mop was run violently across the floor. So the slime accompanied him to her house? Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Koji begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with slime dripping from his body. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty suitcases, not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house. Or are they? Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might get away with trespassing if he reports it first, but if they find the body later, it'll be awfully hard to explain his fingerprints all over the house. Well, that's why you don't touch everything. This is why you wear gloves. But then again, everything was dust covered, so... The flashlight reveals the den to be covered in even more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks like it was dredged from the bottom of a swamp. So I guess that's where Saya was hanging out most of the time. In the kitchen, Koji takes one look at the sink and decides not to get any closer. He doesn't want any more fuel for his imagination. He reaches to the door to the bathroom. A common scene from the TV dramas flashes through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in a bathtub full of water. And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposes of his victim in a bathtub filled with lye? Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic bathtub that appears from the darkness like a white ghost. Bones. So many bones. I don't see any bones in there. Bones black with dry flesh and blood. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong, he realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small, and there are far too many of them. They aren't human. Oh, it's the cat bones. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals, perhaps cats or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bodies would it take to produce this many bones? The bones have all been separated from one another, so it doesn't look like bodies were just thrown into the tub and left to rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through flesh. Koji's sanity won't let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals to eat, and disposing of the remains in the bathtub. Why would she throw them in the bathtub? I don't understand. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? They could have just been thrown out with the garbage. Or was there something keeping him from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones weren't human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori was doing here?
どうした
Oh my god, that totally scared the hell out of me. Koji whirls around, his light revealing Fuminori's expressionless face.
不法侵入だぞ、コージ。
お前だって同じだろうが。
Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks into the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the bones.
僕はこの家の人と知り合いなんだ。頼まれて探し物をしに来ただけさ。
I'm guessing that the pile of bones doesn't look like bones to him, so he doesn't really recognize them.
知り合いっていつから？一体何者なんだ？
Koji doesn't want to believe that the old friendly Fuminori could have had contact with the denizens of this house.
いずれお前にも紹介するよ。僕の恩人とも言える人だから。
He says, turning to leave without even a glance at Koji.
おい、Fuminori!
Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally again.
お前まさか近頃様子がおかしいのはその知り合いっていうやつのせいなんじゃ。
Standing in an entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji pause.
僕の後をつけてきたんだね、コウジ。
Koji swallows. What can he say?
そういうのは迷惑だ。二度とやらないでもらいたい。
ああ。
Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still at the forefront of his mind. Now, however, that concern is swiftly giving way to a growing sense of dread. Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? Was the person who just stared Koji down an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Koji has begun to believe that it might be so. Pretty much. He's not the same person you knew before his accident. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If he only spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it. But now he's sticking his nose into my business just to satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks that it's always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my personal life. He couldn't be more wrong. If he keeps this up, I might have to find some way to deal with him. Like Saya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogai a secret. Koji could ruin everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. At this rate, it will probably take several days just to go through the study. Saya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the research, or with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? The problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will he make things difficult? Whoa. A hair-raising voice calls as I'm about to pass through my gate. Suppressing a shudder, I put on a fake smile and turn to face a writhing mass of rotten flesh that is staring at me with bulging eyes. Ah, of course. This is my next-door neighbor, Suzumi, a middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why is he suddenly talking to me now?
Hi. おかげさまで。
What is this? Did he stop me just to deliver a lecture? So people look like disgusting beings. Yeah, that's what I've said. Everything looks disgusting. And they feel disgusting, they sound disgusting. Yeah, like all his senses are affected, and everything tastes disgusting. Except for, like I said, my theory is Saya is probably like as monstrous as these things in real life. But to him, she looks like this beautiful human girl, right? So, I guess we'll see. We'll find out what the hell Saya is. What the fuck she is. I'm just like, I'm dying to know. Your character is shallow? No, it's more like it was Saya appeared to him as like this little bit of like normalcy, you know, in his life after the accident and after the surgery changed his world, right? Sees pretty things ugly and ugly things cute. But everything in his world is ugly, you know? Like, everything. Like, I don't blame this guy for, you know, feeling this way or being this way.
まあそうですね。
It's like amazing that he didn't decide to off himself earlier on. Normal things is grotesque and vice versa. Oh, I'm guessing his neighbor is talking to him because he hasn't kept up with the housework. So as his friend pointed out from when she was looking and describing his yard, it was all like unkempt. So I guess his neighbors are like, are you gonna do something about it?
ええ。でもまだ学生の身ですし、高いのは限りがあるんで。
The flesh beast undulates foully as though it still has something to say. The sight of it is driving me close to the edge. His yard's a mess.
あ、いえ、お構いなく。
Well, you haven't managed up till now, so... Now I get it. He's worried that the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damn snob. It's kind of funny, like, the way he thinks about things now. Like, everything in his world has changed, so now he's just grown really bitter about everything now. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. Why won't everyone stay out of my life? I just want to live together with Saya, alone, where no one will ever bother us. Suzumi Yosuke sighs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. So this is what he looks like, really. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted, as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth. A little shy, but sensitive and caring. The unfamiliarity of living alone must be causing him undue stress. If this continues, he might start to develop some serious mental problems. Or is it too late already? Yosuke wonders as he gazes wearily at the Sakisaka yard. It must have been really bad for his neighbor to confront him. Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind.
どうしたのあなた？難しそうな顔して。
今日ね、隣の家の息子に会ったよ。
お隣のって、ふみのりお兄ちゃん？
お兄ちゃん。
庭のこと一言言っておいた。
そうよね。せめてあの匂いだけはどうにかしてもらいたいわよね。
They can even smell his, like, house too. That's awful. The stink coming from Sakisaka House grows worse each day, and the Suzumi family is at its wit's end.
あの草むらの中に死んだ猫でもいるんじゃないかしら。でも住んでいて気づかないのかしらね、あの匂いに。
Nope, he doesn't notice.
まさかとは思うが、生ゴミをそのまま庭に捨てているんじゃあるまいな。
I'm surprised that his neighbor didn't actually just, like, look around the yard just to see if there was stuff, like, there. Like, snoop around his yard. At least on the outside. Garko, pick a number between 1... I don't even know what number that is.
そんな、いくらなんでもそこまで。
いや、今の様子だとやりかねん。一日中ずっと雨戸を閉め切って何をやってるのかもわからない。どういう暮らしをしてるのやら。
What kind of life is he leading?
お兄ちゃん、頭おかしくなっちゃったのかな。
Oh no.
これヒロミ、そういう言い方はダメよ。
いや、あれは本当にちょっとどうすぎてる。ひょっとしたら変質狂か何かかもしれんな。
大丈夫なのそれ。
早く自覚して医者にでも言ってもらわんことにはなんともな。
Oh, are we gonna get a bedtime like an H scene coming up? I'm gonna save here. I just noticed I hadn't saved in a while. I don't want to risk this game crashing on me. The seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock compounding my agony. When I returned from the Ogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Saya had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. It isn't rare for her to go for walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night, when no one is around, and never last for more than 2 hours. I'm sure no one here will report it. I hope. Well, even so, I just want to be on the safe side and not have it like completely there. Like when it did pop up, I just censored it with my other card in OBS. But yeah, anyways, it just took me by surprise when it happened. Like it just suddenly jumped into that scene. So soon the sky will begin to show, or right now it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Okay, never mind. I mean, Saya's not there, so there's probably not going to be any scenes. Even if she left right before I returned, she's still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. If Saya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear out my hair. After its long absence, the terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last.
Tadaima!
The cowbell chimes and Saya's long-awaited "I'm home" rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jump out of my bed in relief, all the stress that has built up through the night is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet. Okay, maybe there might be a scene coming up.
疲れた。やっぱり往復すると遠いな。
Saya sighs as she climbs the stairs.
さや、一体どこに？
My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arms.
それは？
文則のカルテとか手術の記録。今日は古巣の病院に行ってきたの。
She stole his like medical records from the hospital. Saya drops her bundles on the floor, sending paper flying everywhere, then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses onto it, stretching luxuriously.
こんな夜中に T 台から歩いて戻ってきたのか。
ごめんね。本当はもっと早く帰れると思ってたんだけど、調べ出したらキリがなくて。
She says, skillfully gathering the scattered papers together.
結局全部持ち出してきちゃった。ああ、重かった。
Maybe it's just exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Saya's saying.
だから、そんなもの持ってきてどうするつもりなんだ？
どうするって、もちろん調べるのよ。うちで時間かけてじっくり。
She replies, holding one MRI photograph after another up to the light. At first I think she's just playing around, but the occasional mutters of and the like as she separates photos into a growing pile beside her make me think that this might not be a joke after all.
なんだかな。
君、わかるのか？
パパにいろいろと教わったから。なるほどね。
She flashes me a grin, then returns to the papers.
これじゃいつまで経っても直せないよね。
直せないのか？
人間のお医者さんじゃね。
Human doctor? What? I can't tell if she's being serious.
私でもまだちょっと難しいかな。いろいろと試してからでないと。
She says offhandedly, even as her hands continue to shuffle papers. Wait, she's a doctor herself? Or I guess she has enough medical knowledge? Watching more closely, I realize that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice it at first. Is it possible that Saya, a young girl, is actually reading my charts?
なあ、さや。
She answers coolly, looking up from the charts.
今日はもう疲れたし、寝ないか？
文則がそうしたいならそうする。
Saya replies with a grin. Oh, I wonder if this is going to be... Oh, okay. Here we go. I think I might have to censor it right here. Let's see.
Oi.
Okay. We'll just put this right up here.
ねえ、寝る前に一回だけ。
I'm just gonna go through this. Yep, it is totally going into a scene. At least I had some whoops. I'm just gonna try and censor the sound as well. No. Which is what I did last time. I actually ended up censoring the sound effects and the voices because I was like, okay, lewd noises. Lol. They're talking about like her sexual appetite. Like he's like amazed by it and they're apparently doing this every day. He's basically doing it with a slime monster. To my astonishment, Saya is completely uninterested in safe sex. What? This is very strange. So she's basically like trying to get him to have, like, to impregnate her, I think. Oh yeah, we're totally getting to the H scenes here. I can't imagine like what the hell is he doing it with, like, if she's not human technically. Wait. Wait. Is it my net bad again? No, 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 no. I'm still here. I'm just like trying to like get through this scene while kind of like reading it. There is like, it's unfortunate that I feel like I have to censor this because there is some context to the story, but yes. So it does talk about Saya kind of wanting to like bear his child. I'm not averse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Saya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it. Dang it, the juicy parts. However, that only explains her appetite for normal sex. I still don't know why she wants to— oh, okay. Well, I'm just gonna skip over that. feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. Oh, she asked him something. I can't remember what she asked him. What did she ask him? She actually claimed, she actually said, "I love you, Minori," to him. And then, I feel a pang of self-loathing at the question. How can I still be afraid after all that's happened? Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept it? Oh, wait. Oh, he was asking, can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? Skipping ahead. Saya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of the useless trappings of morality. Saya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Although I suppose I should still talk to Saya's guardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. Okay, I think we have safely returned. Oh crap. I didn't mean to advance the story. I was trying to switch back to the game here. There we go. Alright. Actually, I need to read what was the last part. By the time I drift to sleep in exhaustion, comforting embrace, all doubts about Saya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. 2 o'clock. For Suzumi Yosuke, this is the most fulfilling time of day. Oh, so Suzumi is his neighbor. The painter neighbor. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down at his easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he was hurting for money. However, the design work he does on the side ensures that there's always enough to support his daily lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they're able to pay their mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely, and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it the symbol of his success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, and cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy as he does when washing his own body. This is all gonna come to a halt when he discovers what's going on in his neighbors, isn't it? They're just like leading up to that. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since his last meal, he also knows everything about his home's condition. The status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride, and when he sits in his studio smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. Oh wait, I forgot to turn back on the voice. On. There we go. And we can save here as well. While trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty, but soon remembers that there isn't much orange juice left in the refrigerator. In fact, it's also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He could get everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it'll probably be quite heavy. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders this dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. Just then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, bringing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze. Impossible. Yosuke, shut himself during his morning cleaning. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks. It's the same pungent smell of fetid swampland that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing that yard next door is open, its curtains billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Oh no, the slime monster has broken into his house. He looks nervous. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left. But a burglar wouldn't have left this room untouched, would he? Maybe he heard Yosuke coming, and he hid, somewhere nearby. Yosuke realizes that his still wet palette knife is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection. A palette knife. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the table. Made of thick, solid glass, it is big and heavy enough to serve as a weapon. The home that he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. Okay, wouldn't he have seen like the slime trail if she had broken in? The kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down, which means that the guest room is the most likely place. He shuffles over to the guest room door and prepares to slide it open. But what is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? It's as if the odor is coming from inside the room. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There is a closet, but no one could fit in there. So, the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if it can even be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle, extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor, but the intruder is able to hide in that tiny space. It can't possibly be human. Before the screaming Yosuke can regain his footing, countless hand-like appendages seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. This sounds right? Right? Like... Gross. So this is what Saya sounds like to everyone else. A hideous voice burbles in his ear as something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yeah. Yosuke can't even scream, his terror is so great. It won't hurt. Daddy. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose, wriggling deep into his skull. Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses unconsciousness. Or loses consciousness, sorry. Not unconsciousness. Damn, to have like a slime tentacles into your in your orifices of your head. His humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be leading neurosurgeon at such a young age. Hot AF. What's up, Jaded? How you doing? And that's apparently his doctor, the guy who has brain damage. Her friendly smile has none of the coldness one might expect from her sharp, refined beauty.
はじめまして。崎坂文則くんの主治医の丹保です。文則の友人で、殿尾浩二と言います。彼女は筑波陽。
Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrived at the T University Medical Center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Koji and Yo had been prepared for rejection. They hadn't expected the ease with which their request was granted.
崎坂くんの件について話が聞きたいっていうことだけど、それは私の方でも同じでね。
I've been here this whole time. I've just been napping. Oh, I see. Because it's so boring. Other than for the hot tentacle action. I see how it is. Here we go.
彼、一昨日の診察に来てくれなかったのよ。留守電に入れた伝言にも返事がないし。
Oh no, he's not keeping up with his checkups. 2 days ago, the same day Fuminori was searching that abandoned house. Koji frowns, wondering what was important enough for him to blow off his appointment.
彼、学校ではどんな様子？
どうもこうも。もうめちゃくちゃです。
Seeing Yo's shoulders jerk out of the corner of his eye, Koji regrets not choosing his words more carefully.
事故の前とまるで人が違ったみたいに見えます。 僕たちもいろいろとどうしていいかわからなくて、それで今日は先生の話を伺えたらと。
I heard hands and tentacles and my body got triggered, lol.
あなたたちも偉大生？
She asks out of nowhere.
はい。
彼のカルテ見てみたいと思う。
That's if you could find them.
見せてくれるんですか、そんなもの。
Koji replies, incredulous.
そう思った人がいるみたいなのよ。それも病院には無断でね。
Dr. Tambo regards him silently for a moment, then sighs and says that.
おとといの晩、この病院に誰かが押し入ってね。
Dun dun dun.
保管庫から咲坂君のカ
So
ル
she
テを
does
盗んでい
reveal
った
that they were stolen.
本当ですか。
She stares hard at the astonished students, then shakes her head with a tired smile.
まあ、あなたたちは無関係そうね。ちょっと安心したわ。
当たり前です。
でも、犯人は咲坂君の容体に興味があるか、それとも彼の治療記録を消したかったのか。いずれにせよ、彼に関わりのある人間としか思えないわ。
はあ。
An ominous thought flashes through Koji's mind. It couldn't have been Fuminori himself, could it? Koji looks at Dr. Tambo and finds her staring right back at him, her expression grave. He realizes that she must be harboring the same suspicion.
あなたには他に心当たりはない？
Wait, done what?
咲坂君の知り合いでそういうことをやりかねないような人。
She's talking about stealing his records. Okay. Perhaps Dr. Tambo didn't have anyone in mind when she asked, but Koji's thoughts immediately fly to the eerie house to which Fuminori led him.
知り合いだか何なのか自分にもよくわからないんですが、多分医者か医学関係の人で、鴎外っていう。
So, what is the whole lore about this game? Like, what is our motive to finish the game? Well, okay, if you have any experience with visual novels, it's really more like reading a novel, kind of. That's why they're called visual novels. It's not so much as it is a game as it is more like an interactive novel. And sometimes there might be options and choices, but for the most part, it's just going to be like mostly dialogue and story. So, yeah. I mean, your motive to finish the game is to, you know, get to the bottom of, like, what's happening in the story, right? Koji stops speaking as he sees the dramatic change that has come across Dr. Tambo's face.
ご存知なんですか。
咲坂君がその男といつどうやって知り合ったのかわかる？
It might be kind of I mean, it is still considered a game, but it's really more like an interactive like media, like more interactive movie or comic or book that you read.
いえ、こっちが知りたいぐらいです。先生、一体何者なんですか、あの鴎外っていう人は。
And some visual novels might have some like some animation in it a little bit, but it's mostly just visuals and text. After remaining silent for some time, Dr. Tambo loses a heavy sigh.
いいわ。その気になれば簡単に調べがつくことだし。鴎外正彦はうちの大学にいた教授よ。
Okay, so he brought up Ogai, Dr. Ogai, and then she finally reveals that she actually knows him. So, no shooting bad guys or pillaging villages for their resources and land. Lol. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Some visual novels might have a little bit of like gameplay in it, but it's really fairly light. Like, if you've ever played things like Phoenix Wright, that's kind of considered a visual novel, and that might have like some point and click aspect to it, where you're like looking for clues and stuff for the trials, and also trying to figure out what some quick time events, yeah, something like that sometimes. Or like in Phoenix Wright, there's like point and click aspects, or when you're going through the trials, you have to like figure out what dialogue to pick to advance the story, those kinds of things. This game seems more on the like VN part than it is the game part.
いろいろと不祥事があって半年以上前に免職になったけど
There hasn't even been a choice yet, so because usually in games like this one, where it's mostly text and visuals, there might be some like branching choices. But I get the feeling that this one might be pretty linear. He was dismissed over 6 months ago. Oh, okay, I'm not reading that.
不
That's
祥
right.
事って一体何を
He was dismissed? It was more like he was probably offed.
そこから先は部外者に話せることじゃないわどのみち咲坂君には何の関係もないことよ
Or doesn't it? Koji has no argument with which to answer Dr. Tambo's flat rejection. However, he can't shake the feeling that this Ogai person is the key to unraveling the mysteries surrounding Fuminori.
先生もしかしたら咲坂文則は刑事事件に関わっているかもしれないんです
He says, making up his mind. At the sudden declaration, both Yo and Dr. Tambo raised their eyebrows.
どういうこと
彼を訪ねていったっきり行方不明になってしまった人間がいますもちろん文則は否定していますが
それって大見ちゃんのこと
Koji is unable to bear the shock in Yo's voice.
すまんつくば君には言えなかった
Dr. Tambo is frowning, her expression even more serious than before.
その鴎外という人物が今文則の関心の焦点になっているらしいんです彼が何者で文則が彼の何について探っているのかそれが分かれば少しは事情が見えてくるかもしれませんお願いです先生教えてくださいこの病院で一体何があったんですか
Dr. Tambo hesitates for some time, refusing to make eye contact, but she finally shakes her head.
ごめんなさいこればかりは私の一存で話せる事柄じゃないの
Dun dun dun.
先生
でも少しだけ待って私は私なりにいろいろと調べてみる
お願いします
Koji is out of options. All that's left is to trust this young doctor. It's frustrating, but a friend's rights only go so far.
お互い携帯の番号を交換しておきましょう何か分かったら連絡するわ
ええ
She's probably just using him for more info. That's what I think. What happened to me? Oh, who's this? I think this must be the neighbor still. Maybe he's still alive. Ah, yep, the neighbor. Yosuke's consciousness returns slowly, as though rising from a bog. He's cold. No. Hot. Something itches, like tepid tongues and cold slugs crawling over his skin. What the hell's going on? Timidly, he opens his eyes. Oh no! It's everywhere. The thing that attacked him in the living room? It's everywhere. Terror shatters Yosuke's sanity. He throws off the thing lying atop him, but his wild flailing sends him crashing to the floor. But is it really the floor? The long wriggling fibers of what should be the carpet are winding themselves around his fingers. So wait, does he have the same condition now as Fuminori? The floor is made of worms. It looks like it. It looks like he has the same condition now. He tears his limbs free of the worms and tries to stand, but loses his balance and tumbles to the floor again. The worms immediately swarm over his body. Where the hell am I? Where did that thing take me? Yosuke crawls across the worm-ridden floor towards the only exit from the pulsating room. When he gets outside, however, all he could see is blood, bile, and rotten meat. There is no place to run. Most terrifying of all, this hellish place has the same layout as Yosuke's house. In a half-mad dash, he wanders through the nightmarish mockery of his home. Oh, so he was left there in his house. So now he has the same condition. She must have done something to him to turn him that way. In the small room where his studio should be, he finds an easel made of bones, displaying a blood-soaked canvas. Like some cruel joke, everything is exactly where it would be in Yosuke's studio. Howling, Yosuke lashes out against everything within reach. The easel of bones shatters, driving splinters into his fist. He feels the pain but does not wake from the nightmare. If this isn't a dream, then what is it? No, I wonder if he's gonna, like, possibly kill his family when he sees them coming home. When his strength gives out, Yosuke falls to his knees, sobbing. For the first time in his life, he prays to the gods. Oh no! Oh no 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 no! His family's coming home! The sound of the door opening and closing grates on his ears. Downstairs? The front door? Someone else is here? Oh my god, his family's home! No no no! I know where this is gonna go. Yosuke trembles at the blood-curdling sound. It's that thing again. The monster has returned. Oh god. It's his daughter and his mom. Or his daughter and his wife, I mean. Oh god, that's so horrifying hearing that. Yosuke hears the sound of something slimy sloshing its way up the stairs. Even as he cowers in terror, he slides his trembling hand across the floor and grabs one of the bones from the broken easel. The tip of the bone is nice and sharp. If he holds it in both hands and puts his weight behind it, he might be able to use it to defend himself. Where did this guy find these sounds, lol? But the thing is, if you listen carefully, they are actually speaking Japanese. It's just very, very distorted. Very heavily distorted. The monster's growls are getting closer. Holding his breath, Yosuke presses his back against the wall next to the door. The pounding of his heart is like thunder in his ears, so loud that he fears the creature might hear it. He knows it will eat him if it finds him again, but it's all he can do to keep from crying. At last, the door creaks open. Yosuke leaps on the creature as it enters, fear turning his roar into a high-pitched scream. The flesh beast is covered in sludge and vile juices, but before horror can paralyze him, Yosuke brings his bone stake stabbing down. Oh my god, he just stabbed his wife. The sight of its pain sets Yosuke's blood on fire. I can win! I can kill it! If I finish it off before it enters my head again, I'm safe. Yosuke grabs the bone and twists with all his might. The monster convulses and gurgles, its trembling tentacles reaching up as though begging for help. Oh no. Oh no. Yosuke knocks it to the floor, then brings his heel crashing down on its flopping body again and again. With each stomp, its groans and spasms grow weaker. When the monster at last stops twitching, Yosuke, panting hard, tears the stake from its corpse and rises to his feet. Something squeals. Oh no, his daughter! Yosuke turns around to see another, smaller monster peeking out at him from the stair landing. There's still one left. His desperate, rage-filled attack both exhilarated him and gave him a taste for violence. This one will be easier. It's smaller and weaker. Grinning maniacally, Yosuke raises his stake and moves towards the second creature. The monster flees, screaming down the stairs. Not about to let his prey escape, Yosuke roars and gives chase. The thought that killing the monsters might end his nightmare feeds his savage bloodlust. Oh no. When the monster trips and falls in the living room, Yosuke leaps on top of it and brings the stake crashing down. His bloodlust unsated, he pulls it free, then drives it again into the monster's flesh. Once, twice, thrice, and more until there's nothing left but shredded, pulverized meat. Oh my god, this is so sad. My guess here as to what happened is that Saya decided to try and sort of experiment, as she said she would, after looking at his medical charts and sort of having an understanding of what parts they kind of edited, I guess, changed. So I guess she sought out to see if she could induce the same changes in other people, which looks like she did. Eventually, the only sound in the house is Yosuke's heavy breathing. He has slain 2 monsters, but the nightmare shows no sign of ending. Yosuke staggers to the front door and goes outside. The sky, the city, everything has gone mad. Twisted shapes, nauseating colors, stinking air. There's no escape. No end to the nightmare. The last remnant of Yosuke's sanity vanishes like dust in the wind.
Konnichiwa, Oji-san.
It's Saya! Yosuke turns to the sound of a young girl's voice. She's standing in front of the house next door wearing a spotless one-piece over her pure white skin. In the midst of this filth-ridden world, she alone glows with beauty.
おじさんには私がどう見える？
ああ、とっても可愛いよ。
Yosuke feels a sudden black lust rise within him. What? What's wrong with this guy? This change seems to make them like evil almost.
本当？じゃあ実験は成功かも。
Bad experiment. Yosuke walks up to the strangely jubilant girl and brushes his hand against her long, smooth hair.
こんな可愛らしい女の子はこの世界には君一人しかいないんだろうね。
He sounds so lecherous now. And he sounded like a nice guy before too.
おじさん？
She looks up at the man towering over her, perhaps disturbed by his hungry stare.
お嬢ちゃん、おじさんと遊んでくれるかい？
Wait. Are we going into another scene here? Are we going into another scene here?
いいけど、何するの？
Oh no. A grin parts Yosuke's lips and he replies,
そりゃあもうおじさんが楽しめそうなこと全部さ。
Oh boy. Alright, we're gonna probably... oh, we'll be back in a second here. I don't know what he's gonna do here. Oh. Let's see here. Oops. Off. There we go. Let's see. Shock and fear twist the lovely girl's delicate features, stimulating Yosuke's sadism. Even after killing those 2 monsters, the embers of violence still smolder in his heart, and now they have new fuel to burn. I like your expression, girl. Won't you show me an even prettier one? She fakes being scared of him, and she like runs into Saki's house? Sakisaka. That's a really hard name to say. Sakisaka Fuminori. Even in desperation, she has no hope of outrunning an adult. Yosuke charges down the hallway and catches up to her in the kitchen. He grabs her from behind and wrestles her to the floor before she can resist. Oh, yep. She is apparently now naked, and apparently this guy is now, like, fueled by lust somehow. Even though he was, like, what, like, freaked out about, like, what was going on before. What the hell? This nightmare has violated him, but now he's able to visit the same torment on this innocent girl where he was the victim, he is now the victimizer? What the hell? What the hell? So Saya ended up getting kind of raped brutally, and that's interesting. Even though she performed that experiment on him. So that wasn't- she wasn't expecting that. Alright, looks like it's gone back to non-H version. So here we go. Oh, that's really loud. I literally muted the sounds and now it's like... Or what is that? That was a sound effect. I might maybe turn that down. There we go. As always, the sights of the city grate on my nerves. Today, however, I don't feel as much hatred as I usually do. I've grown more accustomed to my condition, but that is not the reason for today's high spirits. My search of the Ogai house has finally borne fruit. When I pulled all the drawers out of the desk in the study, I found an envelope stuck between the desk and the wall. It must have fallen off the back of the writing tray. Inside were 3 outdoor photographs. I couldn't recognize the scenery due to my condition, but I'm pretty sure that they show 3 buildings. Scrawled on the back of each photo was an address: Nagano Prefecture, M Village; Tochigi Prefecture, S Town; Shizuoka Prefecture, H Town. None of the names is familiar, so they must be way out in the countryside. The photos are all dated more than 10 years ago. I don't know why they were taken or what they mean, but maybe Saya will be able to make some sense of them. In any case, this is something that even Saya missed while she was living in that house. I wonder how she'll react when I show her what I found. Saya, I want so badly to see her. The thought of her waiting for me speeds my footsteps. When I step through the gate, I see that the front door is wide open again. This is the second time this has happened. So when the rape happened, she ran into his house, their own house. Upon entering the house this time, however, the sound of Saya crying chills my blood. Oh, I don't know if we're gonna see something here. I also hear low, wet grunting. There's no time to take off my shoes. I race down the hallway, propelled by a terrifying premonition. Let's see, Saya decided to experiment on the neighbor, and she changed it so that he has the same condition as Fuminori, and basically he reacted kind of totally like out of her scope of like what she expected him to do. He ended up killing his wife and his kid because they were like monsters to him. Yeah, and then he went outside, and when he saw Saya, he basically decided to rape her because she was like the only normal thing there when he was like on the edge of, you know, sanity after seeing the whole world the same way. Alright, okay, we're gonna turn off the sounds. Maybe? Actually, you know what, I'll leave the sounds for now. A monster is in my house and it's raping Saya. Oh no. The filth oozing from its body spreads across her skin as it drives itself with animal ferocity between her weakly trembling thighs. I'm just gonna skip over the very descriptive parts. She looks at me with tear-filled eyes and calls my name in a weak, breathless voice. So she's basically calling for help, basically. rage erupts inside me like black lava. This monster stops gorging itself on Saya's body and turns its head to look at me. Surprised by my own composure, I slip past it and grab the meat cleaver sitting next to the sink. Without a moment's hesitation, I slash at the monster's face. It screams and staggers away from Saya. My attack must have blinded it because it flails its tentacles wildly as it tries to drive me away. My bloodlust still unsated, I calmly seize one of the appendages and plunge my weapon twice more into its quivering flesh. Appendages. The blade enters its body with fascinating ease. Each strike sprays my face with its blood. This is very violent. As I carve the monster to pieces and savor its hideous screams, my mind is finally consumed by rage. No mercy. I'll see this monster suffer for what it's done to Saya. Actually, I'm curious as to what the censor blurb grotesque CGs. What happens if I do that? Oh, no, that's not one of them. Not sure. No, it didn't do anything actually when I toggled it, so this is not one of the grotesque CGs actually. I guess I could just like turn it back on. It's just him like slashing. It's not like really that bad. I mean, you usually see worse in other games with a lot of like violence. There we go. That's what's happening. Even after this flesh beast stops moving, I keep slashing until I realize that I can no longer feel pain. Cursing myself for killing it so quickly, I stab the cleaver into the floor, snapping it in half. When my thoughts finally regain some cohesion, I find myself still digging the broken knife into the floor. The monster is gone, but pieces of it are scattered everywhere. I stop cutting into the tile, and in the sudden silence, I hear Saya's faint sobs coming from the corner of the kitchen.
Saya.
Oh. All right, no, that's tasteful. I pull the cowering Saya into my arms. She stiffens in fear at first, but as soon as she realizes that it's me, she clings to my body and cries. I don't know what to say. I can only keep holding her. This should never have happened to Saya. Everything in this twisted world is to blame. Yes, including myself. I couldn't protect her. If I'd been here, then maybe I could have prevented this. She says again and again in a voice choked with tears. It's kind of her fault though, because she kind of like caused what happened to the neighbor, like she was the cause of that. I don't know how she did it, but she did it as her slime self. Not wanting to hear that from her, I pull her head into my chest.
Sayaは何も悪くない。Sayaのせいじゃない。
I try to reassure her, but she shakes her head vigorously in denial. I'm surprised that Saya is reacting in this way too, like almost very childish, like... I don't understand. What is she saying?
君がやったって何を？
私、この人の頭の中を文則と同じ状態にして、文則が感じるのと同じように世界が見えるようにしたの。
It takes me some time to understand the meaning of Saya's words.
それは一体どうやって？
But how indeed? Oh. Whatever. Finally regaining her composure, Saya responds to my confusion in a low voice.
私にはそういうことができるの。他の生き物の体を組み替えたり、調整したり。私に生まれつき備わってる能力なの。どこをどういじればいいのかは、その生き物によってまちまちだから。ちゃんと勉強してからでないとダメだけど、 文則の脳に何があったのか私は下調べして分かってたから。だから同じことができるかどうか他の人で実験してみたの。
なんでそんなことを。
そうすればみんな文則みたいに私に優しくしてくれるようになるかと思って。
That's kind of selfish. My heart aches at the loneliness in her voice as she confesses her sorrowful wish.
それなのにこの人は全然優しくなんかなかった。さやのことをいじめたいって壊したいって言ってあんな。
She starts crying into my chest again, unable to say any more. I gently rub her back while trying to get my jumbled thoughts together. What is Saya that she can do such a thing? The answer is beyond me. However, there's one thing that I can answer, here and now. Saya is mistaken.
僕がサヤに優しいのは僕が事故に遭ったからだってそう君は思ったんだね。
She nods sadly. I smile and shake my head.
違うよ。それはただの始まりでしかない。そんな簡単なことじゃないんだよ。僕とサヤが出会ってそれから二人で過ごした時間のその一日一日の積み重ねが今の僕らの関係を作ってるんだ。
文則。
Whoops, I didn't mean to cut him off.
あの日から今日までサヤと一緒にいた僕だからサヤに優しくして大切にしてあげたいってそう思う僕になった。そう思われるサヤになったんだ。これって大変なことだろう。
Saya is still crying, but now her tears feel warm against my chest.
分かってる。さっきやっと分かった。
Her smile shines through her tears.
さやには文則しかいないんだって。文則みたいな人はもう他に誰もいないんだって。
Now, more than ever before, I feel the depth of the bond between us, and I'm sure that Saya feels it too. I wrap my arms tightly around her and seal her lips with mine. Saya responds, winding her arms around my neck as our tongues desperately seek each other's warmth. I wonder if a scene's coming up. At this moment, Saya is my whole world and I am hers. The earth churns for us alone. Of course, I still haven't told her something very important. I don't know why I never said it before. Perhaps because it was always so obvious. However, I should put it into words at least once, this oath of mine.
サヤ、僕は君のことが。
待って。
She stops me with a finger against my lips.
その前に文則、一つだけ確かめさせて。あなたの望みを。
僕の望み。
Saya nods, staring into my eyes with unusual solemnity.
さっきも言ったけど、私には私にしかできない方法で生き物の体に干渉できる。
Oh, this means that she can turn him back to normal.
人間の脳をいじる方法もこれでちゃんと確認が取れたわ。
Saya pauses and takes a deep breath before continuing.
今ならあなたの頭を元の状態に戻すこともできるの。
Oh boy.
なんだって。
Until now, that hasn't been in the realm of possibility.
その人にやったのと逆のことを文則にしてあげればいいだ
I
け。
wonder if there's a plot twist. I wonder if he'll say yes. Maybe he'll say
簡単
no.
なことよ。
Maybe he'll say no. It's like, I love you. And I want to be with you. Even if it's in this horrible world. I replay Saya's words in my head just to be sure of their meaning.
だから文則、教えて。あなたが昔の暮らしに戻りたいかどうか。あの事故で失ったものを取り戻したいのかどうか。
Oh, choice. Oh crap. Yes, I can save it. We can save it. Alright, what do you guys think? Do we want it back? Cheat. Isn't that cheating? Lol. I'm really curious to see if the first choice, that yes, I want it back. Okay, want it back? Alright, we're gonna go with that.
そりゃもちろん戻れるっていうのなら元に戻りたいと思う。
I answer without thinking. I never wondered if there could be any other answer. I stopped dwelling on this question a long time ago, and if I'd been asked before I met Saya, I wouldn't have hesitated. But what about now? What does it mean to wish for the past? And what could it do to me and Saya? As soon as these questions occur to me, my true feelings become unclear. The hurried answer I just gave her was less certain than I thought.
そう。そうよね。
Oops. Saya smiles softly, her expression an unreadable mixture of what seemed to be sorrow and relief. Seeing it fills me with sudden unease, as though I've just wounded her deeply with my careless words.
なさや、僕は。
いいの、文則。もう何も言わないで。
Saya silences me with another kiss and thrusts her tongue into my mouth with even greater passion than before. The sweet softness of her tongue clouds my mind. I begin to feel an urgent need to say what she prevented me from saying. To speak those most important words.
さや。
I can't speak, for some reason, and my mind is hazy. My consciousness is slipping away as the euphoria from her kiss spreads to my entire body. Oh, I guess she's doing the whole thing where she's changing his brain.
おやすみなさい。
I
み
hear
のり、
Saya whisper softly from far away.
心配しないで。次に目が覚めるときには、何もかもが終わっているから。
Wait. I have to tell you something before I sleep, just one thing. My efforts are meaningless, however, as oblivion calls me into its embrace. Oh my god, this is what his kitchen looks like. Oh no. When I awoke, the first thing that greeted me was a terrible stink. Mr. Suzumi's body was covered in flies, and I could smell the rotten stench that you would expect from a corpse. How long has he been there? If it smells rotten. At least a day? I don't know, how long does it take for a body to rot to the point where it starts to smell? The night had ended, but Saya was nowhere to be seen in the morning light. Bloody depends on, I guess, conditions. They just said that it was after the summertime, or end of summer, so maybe it might be still a little bit warm. I don't know. 25 degrees Celsius, I would maybe guess? 20? Oh! Dog fight with the hearty rate of 4 kittens. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. You guys are here in time for the ending. The plot twist, maybe. Hi, doggo. Less than a day. Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense for him to be passed out for a few hours. Aside from the blood-covered floor, the kitchen looked the same as it had before the accident. In the den, however, the colors that had been so soothing the day before now served as a stark reminder of what a distant world I'd been living in. Oh, hey there. Hello. How are you doing? What were you streaming? How did it go? We are playing this very crazy game, which, you know what? Never mind. I'm not gonna say. Despite knowing that it would be futile, I wandered the house searching for Saya. For almost an hour I tried in vain to deny reality. Ended with Monhunts. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. But I'll say this for this game. I was not aware of whether it would be questionable for streaming on Twitch, and I did look into it before I streamed it. And there wasn't much answers about it. But yeah. It is an interesting story though, so. By the way, this isn't family friendly. I'm trying, okay, but the story is pretty interesting though. Aside from that, you know. Then I called the police. When the operator answered, I couldn't stop myself from crying. It had been such a long time since I'd heard a human voice other than Saya's. As became clear later, Mr. Suzumi had murdered his family before I killed him. Unable to give the police a satisfactory explanation, I was arrested for all 3 murders. What? Oh no! And when they found the remains of Takahata Omi in my house, a 4th was added to the charges, along with 1 count of mutilating a corpse. Bobars Twitch, please. Please. During my interrogation, I told them everything exactly as it had happened, in every detail. The detectives didn't believe me, of course, but the psychiatrist who came later did. He had me moved from the jail to a much cleaner white room. Oh, look, it's a sterile white room. That's right. This room looks just as white to me as it does to everyone else. In the end, they declared me incapable of answering for my actions. Everything that had happened to me was real, but part of a reality incompatible with the rest of the world. So the doctors gave me a tiny space all to myself, a place where I could live in my own reality. I'm sad that I wasn't believed, but I know that it couldn't be helped. In this world, reality is what the majority says it is, and I had the misfortune to step outside of that box. The walls of my room are undeniably white. That, at least, I can be thankful for as I live out the rest of my life here. Oh man, this is a sad ending. Everyone said that there had never been any girl named Saya. Well, so be it. Saya probably was never part of their world. But why shouldn't I be able to hear Saya's voice here, in my room? This is my world, after all. A continuation of the very first, or very real time that we spent together. How long did I wait with such thoughts floating through my mind? One night, I awoke to the sound of something crawling down the hallway. It's Saya! Saya's visiting him. The sound would not normally have woken me, but I must have had a premonition that night. Sleeping lighter than usual, I had waited for her arrival, and so I knew instantly that it was her.
Saya なんだね。
Oh my god, that horrifying voice. She did not answer, but I could feel her outside my door, struggling with some internal conflict.
なあ、どうして声を聞かせてくれないんだ?
She kinda is trying to talk to you. After a long silence, something small slid through the narrow bars of my peephole. It was a cell phone, the screen already showing a notepad with freshly entered text. My voice will sound strange to you. I couldn't suppress a chuckle at Saya's uncharacteristic display of shyness.
そんなこと、僕は全然気にならないよ。君の声が聞きたい。
I said,
姿が見たい。
sending the phone back through the bars. After a short pause, the phone returned to my side. Please, let me stay the Saya you remember.
そうか。
I started to suspect that it might be so. In the hell my eyes had made of the world, Saya alone had looked normal. I thought that she was somehow unique. In truth, however, she had probably been a different kind of unique than I had imagined. It wasn't that my senses hadn't distorted her appearance, but that she had been so unusual as to seem normal to my twisted mind. Saya's true form was something other than what I had known. Now, however, I could see her as she really was. But Saya didn't want that, and it was not for me to question the workings of her heart. I just had to accept that girls need to keep some things private. What? That's so casual. They just need to keep it private.
あの日君に言おうとしてたこと、保留になってたの。
It's like a huge case of being like catfished almost. I slid the phone back to her, although it wasn't really Saya's fault, to be honest. I was hoping you'd forgotten. Oof. I smiled wryly at the text on the screen, wondering if she really thought me so heartless.
忘れたりするもんか。
No one was listening, but still, it would have been embarrassing to speak the rest aloud. So, this time, I typed it into the phone. GHIJKL. Oh, okay. I see. I love you. I slid the phone back through the slot. I could sense her trembling outside my door. I couldn't see her or hear her, but still, I knew. Saya was crying.
僕は構わなかったんだよ。
Perhaps my word offered no comfort, spoken so late. Even so, I was ready. I had wanted to return to my old life, true, but I would have abandoned that wish for Saya. I knew that I would have gone with her, hand in hand, as far as we could, even to the most forbidden of places. Saya too must have known that I was prepared, and because she knew, she stopped me from saying those words. If I had spoken that oath, there would have been no going back. I'm sorry, I was a coward. Seeing the words on the screen, I shook my head.
君だけが悪いんじゃない。あの時僕に迷いがなければ、君だって勇気を出せた。
I was afraid of you, of how you were changing because of me.
仕方ないさ。
Saya couldn't bring herself to take everything from me, and I couldn't bring myself to give up everything for her. We were too weak to find happiness.
さやはこれからどうするんだい？
I'll keep searching for my dad. He'll know how to send me back to where I came from. What? So, I'm guessing that Saya is some sort of like science experiment of some sort. And I guess the doctor that was her creator, she calls her dad.
そうか。帰りたいんだね、さや。
A short time passed with no words or messages exchanged. I wonder how many times in that brief silence, yes and no, changed places in her mind. Yeah. When the phone finally returned, the characters on the screen seemed strangely uncertain.
そうか。お父さん、見つかるといいね。
I'll do my best. The time had come for her parting. She had chosen her path, and I'd given my blessing. There was nothing more to be said.
もしも気が変わったら、僕はずっとここにいるから、いつでも来ていいからね。
I will. Thank you. Goodbye, Fuminori. I read her final message and returned the phone to the other side.
さようなら、さや。
She gently slapped my door in response, and then I heard the sound of her sliding off down the hallway. And I was left alone in the silence of the night. Damn, we didn't get to see Saya in her true form. Ever since that day, I've been waiting. Perhaps Saya really did return to where she came from. Perhaps she's still wandering today looking for her father. I was hoping for that. Yeah, it was too terrifying, I suppose. It must be hard. She must be lonely. When she can no longer stand being alone, she will surely return to me. I am the only one who will comfort her and whisper sweet nothings in her ear. Will he, though? And so I wait, dreaming of her face and her voice. I wait. Forever in my white world. So he just gets committed and that's it. Damn. Oh, that ending was stone cold. It was good though. It was good. I'm not really one for like super happy endings. Although this was kind of like a meh ending. Reload. I'm digging the vibe of this song here. Oh, it's a oh, see, Urobuchi Gen scenario. So he was the writer behind the story. That's pretty good. What'd you think? Yeah, a lot of his work is pretty like out there, you know? He writes these like really extreme kind of stories, which are really interesting, I find. But yeah, that didn't really answer many questions about like the doctor going missing and stuff. But I guess this is considered like one of the lesser ending anyways. I wonder if there's gonna be like a true ending of some sort. Somehow I don't think this game is gonna answer those questions. I'm also wondering if there's gonna be something at the very end of these credits for this particular ending. That was actually really short for a visual novel, in my opinion. So I guess I haven't really played a lot of VNs. Though, I mean, I've only been going for 3 hours and 30 minutes. This one route only took that long. Nitro Plus. Is that it? Is that it? Oh, that was it. Oh, there's a sound library. There's a sound library. Nitro Plus. Is it wrong that I kind of want to play what's that, the Supersonico game? So that's on one of my wish lists there. What's with these buttons? Buttons look very strange. I don't even want to comment what they look like. It's kind of a nice song though. Alright. Reloading from the decision point there. Here we go. Okay, so we chose we want it all back, and that's to turn our brains normal. And so we're gonna go with we don't need it. We're gonna stay with Saya as is in this horrifying world. On that terrible day when I first opened my eyes after the accident, what would my answer have been? When I think back on this many years from now, will I wish that my answer today had been different? It doesn't matter. Here at this moment, there is no doubt in my mind. I asked Saya, looking at the unidentifiable pieces of the monster.
隣の家に住んでたおじさん。名前は知らないけど。
It's so casual, like, oh, it was that guy. He was hardly a stranger. We've been neighbors for as long as I can remember. I'd go so far as to say we were on good terms before the accident. And now, I've killed him, with my own 2 hands. I feel little. Mr. Suzumi, the kindly painter who lived next door, is but a distant memory. The pieces of meat around me belonged to a creature whose mere existence was nauseating. Only by killing the vermin could I find relief. He complained about my yard being filthy, the swine. Doesn't matter what Saya did. He wasn't worth keeping alive anyway. Wow, he's so angry here. These are my honest feelings. My hands are wet with another man's blood, and yet I'm utterly calm. Now I know what I lost in the accident. Saya says that I can take it back, but I know that I cannot. It is gone, forever. Like the life of the man called Suzumi. So actually, this is what his dining room looks like to him. It just looks really grotesque and stuff.
なあ、さや。僕の異常を治すことは医者には絶対できないことだったんだ。
海のり？
人間にできないことを簡単にできるっていう君は人間じゃないんだね。
Saya looks away, her expression unreadable. Everything is monstrous and loathsome in my eyes, everything but Saya. I thought that she was somehow unique. I was wrong. I see her just as I do everything else, as something other than what she really is. But why should that surprise me? Saya is part of my world just as I am of hers. It doesn't change what we are to each other. I stand and walk over to Suzumi's dismembered corpse.
昔読んだ漫画でさ、事故から生き返ったせいで世界が当たり前に見えなくなる男の話があった。今の僕みたいにね。
I finally realized that even though the stench of these monsters' flesh turns my stomach, their blood and guts smell pretty good. In fact, I know this fragrance quite well. So, just to give this a little context for people who missed it, his friend came over and Saya actually attacked her and was in the middle of eating her when he walked in, and her parts, or his friend's parts, smelled so good to him that he actually ate some of her, and he didn't realize he was eating his friend because he didn't recognize it as his friend, right, anymore. Oof, I know, right? And he has parts of his friend in his fridge as leftovers for their meals. So it's like, oh no. Apparently Saya had been eating dogs and cats before this point, and then she said like this was the only time she's tried something bigger. So Yeah. Yep.
その男の目には人間が石くれに
That's why in the other
機械
end,
のロボットが美女に見えるんだ。
that's why in the other ending, he was charged for the murder of also his friend when they found the contents of, you know, his fridge, where he was keeping leftovers of her. He saw people as rocks and robots as beautiful women.
だから男は人とは似ても似つかないロボットに恋をしてしまうんだ。
This sounds very Chobits-like. I retrieve the cleaver, pick up a piece of Suzumi's body, and start removing the skin and tendons. Ah, just as I thought. The stuff underneath is exactly the same as what Saya and I have been eating.
なあ、これうまそうだし食べちゃおうか。
Yum yum.
ふみのり
Nom noms.
あ、ごめん。今はそんな気分になれないよね。でも死んじゃえば肉は肉だし、捨てるのももったいないと思わないか。また冷蔵庫にしまっておこうよ。
Ah, let's refrigerate it for leftovers.
あなたはいいの？
いいよ。
I answer easily. There's no longer any room for doubt in my mind.
あと、隣の家に奥さんと娘さんがいるはずなんだ。旦那がいなくなったら騒ぐかもしれないし、通報される前に飼っとこうと思うんだが。
Good thing you're gonna check, because the husband took care of that already.
そんな風であなたはいいの？
This time with a trace of fear in her voice. I guess I still haven't convinced her of my sincerity.
さっきの漫画の話だとね、人でないものを愛した男は最後に自分が人間であることをやめて恋を成就させるんだ。
For the sake of love.
ハッピーエンドだよ。だろ？
Happy ending.
ふみのり
さやと一緒にいられるのなら僕はもう何もいらない。何もかもこのままでいい。
Tossing the knife and meat aside, I pull Saya into my arms once more.
もう言ってもいいよね。さや、君のこと愛してる。
As Saya wipes away the tears flowing from her eyes, I can no longer see any hint of fear in her face.
あなたのこと後悔させたくないのになのに
I've sworn my oath and Saya has accepted it. We have nothing to fear now. Saya will never need to cry again.
でも嬉しい私って身勝手だよね
身勝手でいいよ。さやのわがままなら聞くよ、僕は。
What kind of life is he gonna lead after this, though? Like killing people to like feed both him and Saya? Filled with contentment, we exchange a smile and set to the task of cleaning the room. A single person produces a lot more meat than I expected. Speaking of which, I seem to remember doing something similar before. Welcome back, Mr. Bombastic Man.
あとの2人だけど多分おじさんが殺してる悲鳴とか聞こえたし
そうか。そりゃ好都合だ。
After we finish here, we should go gather the meat from the Suzumi house. That should be enough to hold us for a while. We can use our refrigerator to store what won't fit in ours. It's all coming together. Saya and I will be just fine. It's fine. This is fine.
この写真知ってる
After we finish our labors and get into bed, I show Saya what I found in Ogai's house. Okay, so if you take this route, I guess you can explore the pictures that he found.
この1枚見覚えがあるよ
So this is supposed to be the better ending?
確か
Maybe?
にさやの知ってる場所
The photograph that Saya selected is the one of the Tochigi Prefecture address on the back.
これは家だよね。それと木と山。
そうふみのりすごいね写真も見られるようになった
まあね。
At the outset of my ordeal, I had to depend entirely on my sense of distance to decipher what I saw. The houses in front of me, the mountains far behind them, the clouds high above, only distance and scale told me what they were. Photographs and other flat images used to be nearly impossible to make out. Recently, however, I'd gotten better at understanding what things are by their shape. I know what the mountains and sky look like, for instance, and how to tell them apart from buildings. Each of the 3 pictures show a similar scene, a lone house in the middle of a thick forest.
パパはね、別荘だって言ってた。ここにいれば誰にも見つからないって。
Judging by the address on the back of each photo, they probably are excellent places to hide from prying eyes. But why 3? The dates are pretty old, and it seems odd that they were all taken within a few days of each other. Maybe he was scouting properties, looking for the perfect location for his hideaway. I think it's good that we chose the first option, because that was probably leading to like a bad ending like really quickly, and this feels like there's still more to the story. Because I guess this route will answer more about her father, or her creator rather. Saya recognizes only one of the houses, so that must be the one Ogai picked. Checking the location on the road map of the Kanto area, I find that it's about 3 hours out of Tokyo by car.
お父さんがここにいる可能性は？
電話してみたけど出なかったよ。多分いないと思う。
でも最近に立ち寄ったことはあるかもしれないよね。
The way I see it, our only hope of finding Ogai is to follow whatever lead we have, no matter how small. The probability that his hideout will yield useful information may be low, but it's not 0. Oh.
明日にでも行ってみようかな。
Okay, see, what do you think of this scene? It just shows like a little bit, and they're not really doing anything. You know what? Whatever. I don't care anymore. I think I'll check this place out tomorrow. Saya pouts. I wasn't expecting her to object.
でもここ遠いんでしょ？
行って調べて帰ってきても、まあ半日もあれば十分さ。
その間、さやはお留守番なの？
So that's what it is. Slightly exasperated, I smile and rub Saya's head.
少しは我慢してくれよ。な？さやだってお父さんのこと見つけたいんだろ？
うん。
After a brief silence, during which her expression is hard to decipher, Saya looks up at me and says, I still wonder how Saya looks like her true form. I don't know.
みのり、パパのことはもういいよ。
Oh, I think we're entering into another scene here. That's the last thing I expected her to say.
いいって、でも君のお父さんだろ？心配じゃないのか？
いいの。私にはもう文則がいるし。パパって言っても本当の意味でのお父さんっていうわけじゃないの。
Nailed it.
さやのことを教育してくれたし、ある意味では愛してくれてたのかもしれないけど、でも文則の方が優しくてあったかい。
I wonder myself, like, what the hell is Saya? Where did she come from? Saya's words make me happy, but I also hear the loneliness in them.
本当に僕だけでもいいのか？
うん。文則は嫌？
Wait, she's just gonna give up the search here?
いや、でも、そうだな。やっぱり大貝教授には会ってみたい。
Only a little bit. Only a little bit. I won't tell if you won't tell. Having finally figured out how to explain my feelings, I continue.
さやのことをもっとよく知りたいから、僕以外にさやのことを知ってる人がいるなら、ぜひ会ってみたい。
Saya doesn't seem upset, but she does tilt her head quizzically as though my thoughts are strange to her.
それに、やっぱり明日、この場所に行ってみよう。
Another plan has started to form in my head, one separate from the search for Dr. Ogai. If I find the doctor there, great. If I don't, well, I think I could find another use for his mountain retreat. Oh, okay.
さや、寂しいかもしれないけど、ちょっと我慢して待っててくれ。
She nods, then looks questioningly into my eyes.
やっぱり文則にはさ、家族とか友達とか もっともっと大勢いた方がいいのかな。
そりゃ、その方が楽しいだろうね。
Fearing that Saya will start sulking, I hurriedly add,
でも勘違いしないでくれよ。たとえそういう人たちに囲まれて暮らしてたとしても、さやだけは僕にとって特別な一人なんだからね。
うん。ありがと
Giggling, Saya rubs her cheek against mine.
う。さやもふみのりが喜びそうなこと、ふみのりのためだけに。
I can't help but feel like they're queuing this up for another scene. So I'm trying to like just be prepared. Let's see. Oh no. Here we go. Oh no. Never mind. Never mind. I wonder if Saya is her real name. I don't know. I wonder if her father. It sounds like the doctor somehow found her or something. Oh whoops! I meant to switch this back to the game. It did not switch to a scene of sorts. Today all of Koji's classes were in the morning. So I'm thinking that the doctor might have named her Saya, possibly. On his way to meet Yo for lunch after his final lecture, Koji suddenly gets a call in the middle of the hallway. Without thinking, he reaches to his belt for his new camera phone, but curses when he realizes that the ringtone is coming from the old phone in his bag. He hasn't transferred his contacts list yet, and calls still come to his old phone from people who don't know the new number. When he finally fishes the phone from his bag, the name he sees on the display sends a chill up his spine. Fuminori. Why now? What does he want? It's hard to be happy about a call from Fuminori after the incident at the Ogai house.
はい。
いや、コージ。今日はもう講義はないよな。
Wait. Why is Fuminori calling Koji? What is he planning on doing? Especially since he was thinking like if he doesn't find the doctor at the abandoned retreat, what does he plan on doing with it, and why is he calling his friend here?
ああ。
Of course Fuminori would know that Koji is free on Thursday afternoons.
相談がある。駐車場に来てくれないか。
今すぐにか。
あ、待ってる。
Fuminori hangs up with another word. What's gotten into him? What does he want? Koji wonders as he sticks the phone into his jacket pocket. The sudden change is disturbing after a week of Fuminori avoiding both Koji and Yo. Maybe he's finally ready to talk, in which case, Koji should probably consider this a good thing. However, he can't shake the feeling that something is wrong.
待たせたか。
いいや。
In the parking lot, Koji finds Fuminori leaning against the fender of Koji's Accord. The last time they met was in the darkness of an abandoned house. This is the first time in over a week that they've spoken face to face in the light. Perhaps that is why Koji senses something strange in Fuminori's expression. He's not sure what exactly, but something has changed.
前にも話したと思うが、僕は今、オーガイっていう人についていろいろと調べなきゃならない。
そうらしいな。
それがな、ここに来ていろいろと難しくなってきたんだ。
He's looking for help?
やっぱり、僕一人じゃ無理かもなって。
Or is he trying to lure his friend out so that he can kill his friend? I don't know. That's what I'm kind of wondering if that's what this is. Fuminori seems more relaxed than before. He used to be tense all the time, like he was terrified of something. But now his expression is calm. He's even wearing what resembles a sheepish grin.
で、お前にも手伝ってほしいんだ、コージ。
Nevertheless, some instinct is telling Koji that Fuminori's changes are not for the better.
一体どういう風の吹き回しだ。
Koji asks, keeping his expression neutral to conceal his suspicion.
だって、お前も関心あるんだろ、コージ。
Fuminori responds coolly. His smile, unreadable as ever, offers no glimpse of his true motives.
お前も僕の後から、大貝教授の家をいろいろと探し回ってたじゃないか。僕とお前とでバラバラに探すなんて二度手間だよ。どうせなら、協力してもっと効率的にやろう。
Why? Why does he sense malice, thick and viscous, lurking behind Fuminori's smile?
ともかく、今日は足が必要なんだ。車を出してくれないか。
Oh, he's using him for his car.
まあ構わんが。
Fuminori's car was destroyed in the accident, so Koji isn't surprised that he needs a lift. Koji unlocks his car and gestures for Fuminori to take the passenger seat, then gets behind the wheel and starts the engine.
で、どこに行くんだ？
栃木の北の方。那須高原の近所だな。
栃木？
Koji can't believe his ears.
住所はこれだ。この建物を探してほしい。
Fuminori says, handing Koji a photo with an address on the back. He seriously expects to be driven over 100 kilometers and back? Koji doesn't know whether to be angry or impressed.
今から出発すれば夕方頃には着くだろう。
まあ、そうかもしれんが。
Koji sighs heavily, tapping the steering wheel as he calms himself down. Now that he's come this far, the only thing he can do is see his friend's craziness through to the end.
別荘か何かか、これは。
多分そこに大貝教授もいるらしい。
Koji isn't looking forward to meeting the owner of that creepy house, but he's even more uneasy about letting Fuminori go alone. Woke up again. Hello there again, debated, and welcome back. It looks like he just has to grin and bear it.
東京に戻るのは夜中かもな。
悪いな。
いいさ。
You actually missed me making a choice. So there's actually one choice we've come across in this game, and then we got like the crazy ending. I think it was like the bad ending, or shorter bad ending. Koji drives out of the parking lot, leaving the rest of what he thought to say unspoken. What choice was that? Okay, so you know how like he had brain surgery and it kind of really messed with him, basically giving him brain damage to the point where he's seeing everything like all messed up, like all gory and stuff. So Saya is apparently some inhuman thing or monster of sorts that can actually make changes in the body, and she learned enough about the human brain that she's able to like flip the switch, essentially, like make him normal again or leave him alone. And you can make a choice of, you know, going back to your previous life or staying as you are. So if you choose to go back to your old life and like fixing the problem in your brain, you end up being like committed to like an asylum. So it's the bad ending. Fuminori's smile seems wrong somehow, like an expressionless mask glued to his face. Oh my god, lol. So now we're doing the other route. So this is the route that happens if you choose to just... You don't need the... You basically answer you don't need the reversal. So this route looks like it's gonna answer more questions, because the other route was basically like, oh, nope, bye. We're not gonna answer any of the questions, that's it. Yo finds herself sitting alone in the cafeteria, searching for a familiar face as her lunch cools on the table in front of her. Live with your demons then, huh? Kind of. And through this route, we're actually investigating more behind this Dr. Ogai, who seems involved behind everything. She was hoping to see Koji today, but he must have had other plans. That wouldn't be at all unusual. Normally, Omi and Fuminori would pick up the slack. But Omi and Fuminori aren't here anymore. Yo puts down her chopsticks, her appetite ruined by the lack of company and by the anxiety eating at her. Omi is missing, Fuminori has turned on her, and she has no idea why. If Koji were here, she could count on him to distract her with some idle conversation. Omi's the friend that went over to Fuminori's house and she got eaten by Saya. Sounds like Parasite the anime, where they get their heads taken over. Oh yeah, yes. I'm very familiar with Parasite. Very good series. That's actually a manga series, and then and yeah, that became an anime just sort of recently. Now that she's all by herself, Yo becomes keenly aware of how little tolerance she has for loneliness. She begins to feel paranoid, like the whole world is plotting to take from her everything that she cherishes. What is going on here? Where's Omi gone? Is Fuminori really unrelated to her disappearance? No, he's totally not unrelated. He is totally related to her disappearance. or rather her murderer? Or is he the key to this mystery, as Koji and Dr. Tanbo suspect? Yeah, pretty much. Yo recalls the events of last Thursday. Alone and without an outlet for her pain after Fuminori verbally eviscerated her, Yo was lucky enough to run into Koji. Although he could hardly make her problem go away, his kindness was a comfort. At the same time, Omi was on her way to Fuminori's house, and she hasn't been heard from since. Yo has only been aware of Fuminori's connection to Omi's disappearance since yesterday, when Koji revealed the truth during her visit to the hospital. What if a new possibility occurs to her? A reason for why Omi suddenly decided to visit Fuminori? What if it hadn't been a coincidence that Yo ran into Koji that day? What if Koji and Omi had known what transpired between her and Fuminori and had decided to act separately? Omi might have seen the confrontation in the courtyard. She might have been eavesdropping. It's not unthinkable. As the idea forms in her mind, Yo feels as though something is tearing apart her body from the inside. It's only a possibility, but if it's true, then whatever happened to Omi is Yo's responsibility too, isn't it? Yo clutches her head, groaning in agony. The food on her tray is now cold, not that she would have eaten it anyway. Despite her frustration and anxiety, Yo is unable to act on her own. She's never been good at adapting to challenges, and no one would ever call her proactive. She hasn't the slightest idea how to respond to this situation. If Omi was here, she would probably tell Yo to think positive and trust her instincts. Yo has always depended on her best friend's energy. Now that Omi is gone, Yo realizes just how weak and useless she is. I kind of wish when they translated this game that they would have used the first name instead of the last name. She can only sink deeper and deeper into the abyss of self-loathing. The sudden ringing of her phone pulls her back from the brink of despair. It's a text message. There's no title. And the sender is... Omi-chan! Yo tries out in shock. Wait, Omi's phone? The message itself is even more baffling. If you want to know about Sakisaka Fuminori, come to his house alone. Tell no one. Oh no! There isn't any good anime right now, to be honest, except for Fire Force and Dr. Stone. I don't even know those series. Right now for me, all these newer shows just hurt my brain because of the cliches. Cliches. C-L-I-C-H-E-S. I don't think that's how it's spelled. No, it's not. But I get what you're trying to say. Cliches. Yeah, no, I kind of agree. There's not very many good animes out there. It feels like they're just kind of like same old crap. Like they're very shallow stories. And I think that's kind of due in part because animes are expected to be very short. So they're only in like spurts of like 12 episodes, really, most of them. So it's very hard to tell a very deep story in that much time. So yeah, I haven't really been watching a lot of anime these days. Or newer stuffs anyways. Been like watching older stuff mostly. Actually, no, I haven't really been watching a lot, but there's I have a backlog of like older anime that I want to catch up on, so there's plenty of stuff probably to watch that's older and better. The message bears no trace of Omi's personality, but Yo can't deny that it was sent from her phone. So what we know at this point of Omi's Omi is that she went over to Fuminori's house. Saya attacked her when she entered the house by herself and basically ate her. So I can only assume that Saya has her phone, of course, and Saya is probably using her phone to lure Yo to the house. Now that what's her name? Or what's his name? Fuminori is like going off, leaving her at home by herself. So I guess she's using this opportunity to get more victims? I don't know. I don't really know what Saya is doing here. But I guess we'll see. Recommend Fire Force and Dr. Stone, but I'd wait till they are finished. Yeah, that's a good idea. I usually like binge watching those kinds of series. I do the same thing. Like if I see a series that I'm kind of interested in, I'll just wait till it's like finished running its course so I don't have to wait for episodes to come out. She takes a deep breath to calm herself before typing a reply, taking care that excitement doesn't cause her fingers to slip. I don't watch anime nowadays, more just manga. Oh, okay. I do more streaming these days. Or playing games. Streaming takes a lot of my time, so I do most of this. Is that you, Omi? Where are you? Yo presses send. The screen shows that her message was received. As she waits for a reply, her mind fills with questions. Is someone else using Omi's phone to send text messages? If so, why to her? Something suddenly occurs to her. She and Omi have exchanged countless messages over the years, many of which contain the sort of embarrassing confessions that close girlfriends share. At times when her feelings for Fuminori grew too strong to contain, Yo often put them into words for Omi to read. Oh no, maybe Saya was like going through the phone and saw like all these personal messages and maybe she got like really jealous? Did Omi put a password on her phone? Even if she had, the person who sent the message was obviously unable or able to unlock it, which means that whoever it is has full access to her history. Manga is really good to like, I still read the Bleach manga after they finish the animation, which had me like, what the fuck, man? Somehow, but I can still do like some manga. I've watched things like Bleach and Naruto like really far, but then I never finished those series. I always mean to go back to like kind of watch them through and see what happened in the very end, like how they, because I'm just kind of curious about how they ended, but I guess I got really bored with like them doing the same thing over and over in the series, and I got kind of bored with them. So I'm only really just curious as to how they ended those series. Well, I guess with Naruto, it's still kind of technically going. I don't know. They're so long. I know. I mean, like, Bleach, I think alone has what, 700 episodes or something like that, if I'm mistaken. I don't know. I can't remember. A stupid amount of episodes is what they all have. Those shonen type series. Do you want to know about Saki